Okay, we're gonna try streaming some high-level bughouse since Homesnight isn't streaming. And if anyone wants to jump in and provide commentary with me, let me know. I'll ask in the Discord here. Alright. The key is after every game I need to remember to close the extra window thing. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have Helms and Chicken versus Hisoka 12 teen. Is it looking pretty even on time this first game I'm watching? Oh, Chicken has got the knight, so gets to win the queen. The Chicken's doing pretty good in his game. So Helms just needs to stay alive, basically. He's gonna play it safe. If there's a knight check, he can just play. She could just play king takes bishop. But I guess she's figuring basically they'll be up pieces. So 12 teen is up some time. Don't really understand why. Okay. Helms have mate here? I guess she probably does. So Chicken needs to, well, Chicken's up time. Just sit. Nice mate by Helms. So Chicken again would like a knight. But Hisoka's going to sit because they're up 1 second, so Chicken can't get the knight for e2, which would win the queen. Oh, he retreats his knight, gain some time. I think Chicken figures this will gain time too. They'll trade off if there's queen takes pawn. Now the knight is good again. Seems pretty safe this opening. Chicken still looking for that knight. He finally got the queen, but they're down 6 seconds. So the second g3 normally would be pretty good for him, but they're down time, so Chicken's not going to get fed the pieces he wants. Gonna move with what he has. If Hisoka gets a lot of feet, he'll have mate with rook at h1 and then bishop takes g2, knight at h4, queen in, something like that. He'll probably play on at g2, Hisoka will. Chicken's in a little trouble here. Oh, I don't like taking g7. I prefer knight takes h6 for 12 teen. Okay, so now a knight or a rook is going to win for Chicken. So Helms is going after the knight on h4. She also has bishop takes c7. Go after the queen. Now rook at e7. Well, they're down time, so it's not gonna. Chicken's not gonna get what he wants. So they're actually gonna lose this now because they're down by 5 seconds. 12-teen probably has mate. Fun game. Smash Time says that he can't commentate because there are people nearby. Okay, so Hisoka would like Rook. They're up a little time, but probably not going to get it. Let's see, some other possibilities. If Hisoka got feed, maybe pawn at f2, followed by knight at e4, so a knight is good. I guess they're going for the knight. The chicken wants to hold the knight since a knight is attack on f6 and also on h4. That's why chicken isn't quite sure what to do. Is a knight alone enough? Like a knight and 2 pawns? No, I think it's... Helm should be safe on e2. Unless a queen comes or a rook. So I guess Hisoka would need a pawn plus another pawn plus a knight plus a rook maybe? I don't know, seems unlikely. Interesting. So Hisoka's vacating the h3 square for a knight. Trying to get initiative that way. But that's check. Oh, Hisoka probably has mate here. Wow, just going for flag. But flag was good enough. So chicken and 12-teen are playing a fairly even line that trades a bunch. The trades seem a little better for Hisoka here. Hisoka would like a rook. So maybe Hisoka could play bishop at g2 and hope for a rook for h1. In that case, Helm's Knight might just put a new bishop on h1, or might attack with knight takes f7, or could play knight takes h3, and then later plug the g2 hole. They're sitting it down because it's so close on time. Like a 1 second difference. So chicken could also use some pieces here. The f3 square is fairly weak. He also has bishop takes h3. Doesn't look like chicken's given a rook. Maybe he just doesn't want to give a pawn, or maybe he's just played in for feed. I don't know. I guess, okay, the problem with bishop takes h3 is queen h5, forking the bishop and the king. But that doesn't quite work out. Hey, Smash Time Fools. If anyone wants to jump in the Discord call for commentary, let me know. I think Smash Time might be busy right now. So Helms is fairly safe and attacking. Chicken is attacking too. You're both attacking, that's fairly good. Chicken was getting attacked, but they had plenty of time at the end. So chicken is going in hard with the sack on h3. But he needs feed to make this effective. So Helm's Knight would like to trade the queens off. In other words, Helm's Knight would like if there was a blocker on c6 and then knight takes pawn, right in the queen trade. Interesting. So chicken and Helms are down about 3 seconds. 12-team speed advantage is huge. Helms has the initiative though. He's trading along the way. So now probably queen takes knight for chicken and then knight at f3. Followed by bishop at g2, knight takes rook. Maybe bishop at f4. Eventually chicken wants to vacate that knight so he can promote that pawn. But he's also wary of knight at h6 followed by knight at f6. So chicken might have to start to play defense. So that bishop at least defends f6, which is good. He could play knight, yeah. Okay, so now Helms has to hold a rook. Rook mates chicken. Uh-oh, that's a queen. Oh, it's chicken's move though. So chicken has an opportunity to defend the mate. Yeah, chicken should have mate here. Oh, I think chicken just missed mate. But they still went on top. Silk is trying to be aggressive as black, but I think Helms has more initiative. Maybe new bishop at h6. Chicken's king is a little bit exposed, but he's actually up a piece. So if chicken can live the next 5 seconds, that would be fairly good for them. Yeah, that probably forces a queen trade. If the queen vacates the square, then we could play queen at d2. Okay, so Helms has threatened that mate, but it is not fast enough. I guess chicken probably going to sack his knight to draw the king out. Oh, free bishop. So he won that back. Both team played too fast for the free moves. So if chicken had another knight, that would be fairly good for him. So chicken's had a fairly aggressive attack. You can start dropping pawns on those light squares. That's good to cut off the escape. Gonna chase the queen around. Eventually 12-team can play rook takes bishop though and get safer. So chicken and Helms are up some time. We're gonna use it for an aggressive attack. Looks fairly good. Mate. Oh, you're in for Discord? Okay. Let me go find you. Hey?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So you're on stream. I'd love to hear some of your commentary.
Okay.
Are you watching the games?
I am.
Excellent. So Helms looks fairly safe and is attacking here. Definitely like Helms chicken. Yeah, win that one.
Yeah, so look at H1 was almost unstoppable.
Yeah. So I feel like Helms has the initiative here. Gets to drop some pieces, wins the queen. Still attacking. So that was a nice move for 12-teen. Being quite aggressive. But without more pieces, I don't think he's going to have very much. So Chicken's going to try to... He's trying to make his dark squares safer. He's probably safe enough right now. So Helms... Maybe just pawn at c5 to threaten a new pawn in later. Or pawn at b7 to chase the rook around. Pawn at b7 followed by knight at c8 looks interesting. Let's see. What are some other possibilities? Could just play. Yeah, that's
Yes.
fine. Yeah, that's so Helms is still being aggressive and Helms is even safer than before.
Yes, the whole on d6 is massive.
Yeah.
Should be game over.
Yeah, Helms Knight is safe forever. So basically, if Chicken can stay safe, then they just win. What about Rook at e8? Doesn't that just mate? Oh wait, I'm sorry, it's not her move. But yeah, I don't see a way to defend against this. Yeah, it's just resign. The Chicken at 12-teen moves so fast. They're already, what, like 10 moves deep. So Chicken would like a pawn.
Yes, the puzzle rush scores are impressive.
Yeah.
But 12-teen seems kind of safe.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm kind of worried on the Helms Hisoka board.
Yeah, Helms is not as safe this game as she usually is.
But look at d3 was a nice defense.
Right.
Now she can capture on takes pawn.
Yeah, also the knight covers d2, so she's not necessarily on in any danger on the dark diagonal. So 12. Oh, sorry. Chicken had to worry about his bishop. This looks like a reasonable trade for him. And Chicken's in a lot of trouble though. Chicken needs maybe knight plus rook, or yeah, he's just going for safety, which is a good call.
What impresses me about top players like 12-teen is that even in a bad looking position, he can still be safe.
Yeah. And Chicken too. This is going to be hard for Chicken to live through when 12-teen has a queen and rook in hand. It'll be interesting to see how he attempts to do it. I think he's going to have to sack his queen. Yeah, there it is. Well, now the queen guards g6 for now. So If he can get like a knight or a bishop, he'll be in good shape. But I guess it's not going to come. Oh yeah, I think chicken's dead.
But Hisoka's also dead.
Yeah, but chicken's dead first. Just for
Okay.
time. That was a very close one though.
Somehow Queen G6 seemed to be the wrong idea.
Yeah. Oh, they're both attacking with h6, h3 attacks. Question is who will get fed first? Because what they really need is a few rooks or queens or something like that. Not sure why Helms is waiting though. Waiting seems like a bad idea.
Often in anti-chess, players go for queen races, and it's almost like a coin toss. And this reminds me of this position with this bishop h3,
Oh,
h6.
she waited and she got the queen. I don't know why he didn't sit before the queen. That was just crazy. Oh my god. We got a huge raid from Joe Bruin.
In my experience, usually the
157.
person who gets the queen first wins.
Whoever gets the queen first, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. So
it's a bit of a coin toss.
So hello to the Joe Bruin people. My name is Chuck Bolton. I mainly stream Bughouse. Right now I'm not playing myself, but we're watching a very high game between Helms Knight and Chicken versus Hisoka and 12 Teen. I hope they're continuing. Now they're asking what's going on. But if for some reason they stop, I'll just partner up and keep going with this many people. But anyway, yeah, thanks a lot for the turtle raid. Really appreciate it. Oh, thanks for the follow from Shogi. So I have Smash Time Fools in a Discord call, and we are commentating on this series. Let's try to figure out what's going on though. 12 Teen says, "What's going on? Helms, you leaving?" Question mark. So let's see if they're saying anything in the other Discord. I don't know. But in the interim, we can talk about Bughouse. So Bughouse is a chess variant where you have 4 players in teams of 2, and you have a partner. Whenever you capture a piece, you hand it to your partner, and you can make a normal chess move where you can take any of the pieces your partner has passed you and put one on any empty square as a move. And so checkmate or flag on either board ends the game. A lot of fun. I highly recommend it. And you've probably seen Joe Bruin play some Bughouse. He's quite decent at it. Oh my god, thanks for the gift subs from Kevin C. Wong. We got Go Detal, Calculated Blunder, New York City Malik, Joker 2050, and Jarl Carlander Bughouse. Alright, we got the game starting up again. We got some commentary going here. If anyone else decent at Bughouse wants to jump into Discord and do commentary, let me know. So you see in these high-level games, they play just lightning fast because time is really critical to these games. So what matters with time is the diagonal clocks. So Helms Knight versus 12 Teen and Chicken versus Hisoka. That's when you have more time than the diagonal clock, you can sit for pieces if you are up time. And you can also have your partner not move so that your opponent doesn't get pieces they need to annoy you. So let me see what I've missed in the chat here. We got some of these great turtle emotes. Turtle power. And I see the Man Queen Ranter and Kevin C. Wong are having their sub battle. So I really appreciate the raid. Thanks very much, Joe. Hey, Guillotine King. Yeah, Bughouse is a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. And you can play on chess.com. So if you go to chess.com and you choose bughouse as the variant and you choose 3 minutes, as that's basically what everyone plays, then you will be auto paired with a partner and you'll be paired against opponents of similar skill levels, and you can get right into it. You can also manually partner a friend of yours if you want, and then jump in the random pool, or you can play four people that you've set up. Hey Omen, thanks for watching.
Oh, Ahmed's here.
Yeah, Omen is here. Gotta drop these Omen emotes. I have the chess bra version. So of the people we are watching, Helm's Knight is also a streamer. She's not streaming right now. I don't really know why. I guess it's sort of the middle of the night and she didn't want to get up and try to look presentable for a stream. But she has, she's a very good streamer and a very good bughouse player. So if you're not following her, you should check her out. So Smash Time Fools is in the Discord with me right now. Smash Time Fools, you can write something in the chat so people know who you are. But Smash Time is a molten thinker from the old Fix, and he's a good bughouse player himself, usually 2300.
My doubts are legendary.
Yes. So this is an interesting matchup because all 4 of the players are just very good attackers, very sharp players. They all love having the initiative. So Helm's Knight looks fairly safe to me. Hisoka's king is the most vulnerable, but it will take a few things to draw him out, like pawn at g6 followed by knight at h8 be an idea.
But okay. Look, guards h8.
Yeah, after the last move it did, you're right. But before that it was fine. Yeah, Helm's Knight is a beast. So Chicken has a fairly good attack on 12-teen, but he needs more feet in order to get in there, and probably not going to come. So in the meantime, 12-teen has better developed pieces. Oh, thanks to the follow from, I guess that's Pi.
Yeah, so with black's queen on f8, 12-teen is extremely solid.
Yeah. Yeah, 12-teen is very solid here. So Chicken is going to try to develop more of his pieces. He still has vulnerabilities on, Chicken has vulnerabilities on b2 and d2. So here the time is very close to even. Chicken is down maybe 1 second. All of a sudden, Hisoka has a decent attack on Helm's Knight. Oh, maybe not. I guess that's adequately. So it's weird. Hisoka looks fairly safe to me, but Helm's Knight is a wizard at coming up with attacks out of nowhere. So you never know. But all the key squares seem covered. Alright.
It's difficult to follow 2 games at once, but at such a high level. So usually when we play bughouse, we follow our own board. And when we commentate, we have to follow both boards.
Yeah, although since we're both here, I mean, you could follow one board, I could follow the other, in theory. So, yeah, Helm's Knight seems to have been letting go of a few pieces. She's getting a good attack. If she were to have a rook, then that would be a very strong threat. Oh, yeah,
And
that
it's
queen
May.
trade is very good for that. When are we going to have official bughouse tournament? That's a great question. So the programmers at chess.com, or well, I should say the administration at chess.com really wants to have bughouse tournaments, so it's a priority for them. And I think we're going to see it by the end of the calendar year for sure. I don't know. I don't know how early we're going to get it. If I had to guess, it would probably be October, November, or December. I don't think there are like immediate programming plans, but they really want to make it happen. So Smash Time will be right back. Oh, I see Magic Queen Ranner has those gold dust tour emotes. So if anyone's watching who hasn't followed yet, would appreciate a follow. Follows are free. You can see future Bughouse streams. Oh, now we got the Bigfoot emotes in the chat. Guys, follow all the awesome streamers. Or sub to all the awesome streamers. Oh, thanks for the follow from Guillotine King. Okay, so Chicken and Helms are a second up. Hisoka has a decent attack here, but needs more feed. He's not going to get it. So he might play, for example, Rook at E1, but that just loses a pawn and he needs more feed. So eventually he's going to have to move his existing pieces to try to get them into action. Let's see what's happening on the chicken board. So chicken seems fairly safe, although in theory his queen could be pinned with, say, bishop at b5, something like that. Although chicken could throw in a few checks before that queen trade had to happen. But if chicken were down time, he would be forced to give the queen. Then that would be like game over. Nope.
Uh,
Let's see. Is that smash time? Yeah.
it is.
Ooh. Sounds like let's do that. So earlier tonight, I was playing some Bughouse on Ray Robson's stream. He was lamenting the random pool, so I partnered him up for a bit. And Ray and I played against Hisoka and I think it's Cool Chess or something like that, or Chess is Cool. And we won a few points, but it was fun to play with Ray.
Pawn at h3 seems very scary.
Yeah, I don't know how Hisoka's going to live through that. So Helms did not take the bishop sack. He was that afraid of whatever feed may come. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if she can live through that. Knight checks are scary. Yeah, so
Yes, it hoped.
a knight plus a few pawns would make for Ahsoka, but it's unlikely to get the fourth knight, I guess. Oh, so what was that? Smash time?
But even a few pawns would be very scary.
Yeah, yeah, to threaten promotion on the rook, etc. He could even play. Ahsoka could play bishop at d6 to sort of cut off the escape.
Yes, pawn at f7 would be.
Yeah, pawn at f7 is good. But there may be other ways to get in there. Okay.
So bishop takes rook, and maybe
Bishop
bishop,
takes, well, queen can, if queen takes,
but bishop
this is
at f8.
okay. Yeah, that's now like a pawn. Well, two pawns or one bishop. Game over.
So Hisoka can move back and forth with the bishop if
Yeah,
he
but he
checks.
doesn't want to draw it. But yeah, he might be able to gain a second doing it a few times.
Yes, but a few seconds could be enough.
For sure. I think he should have played. She should have played bishop at g6 first to guard c7 a little bit. c7 is quite a weakness. They're not showing. Oh, I'm sorry. There's. Oh yeah, Mad Queen Ranner gifted a tier 1 sub to Calculated Chess. I really appreciate it. And a tier 1 sub to Kevin C. Wong. So thanks for the gifts and thanks for the subs, guys. I'm really sorry, Mad Queen Ranner. I got engrossed in the games. But yeah, you're definitely keeping Kevin on his toes with the sub battle. So Mad Queen Ranner and Kevin, do you guys stream yourselves? I've seen you guys you mod and are VIP in a lot of channels, but I'm wondering whether you also stream. No, that was definitely my bad, Mad Queen Ranner, for not announcing that. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. Not yet. It's sort of like if you look at Chess Bay. Chess Bay already has like I forget how many 1,200, 1,500 followers, something like that, and she's never streamed anything. So there's some people that can start off streaming just very well known. Joe Bruin was sort of that way because Joe Bruin was very active in chats and in modding a lot of the chess channels before he started streaming. So he started off with a very big audience. So Smash Time. Can you see the score of the match here?
So Helms has 12 and Hisoka has 12.
Okay, 12-12.
So 18 to 12.
Oh, 18 to 12?
Yeah, it's my mistake.
Okay. So, what is Chicken waiting for? Why doesn't he? Oh, he waited another night. Oh, wow.
So
He's really making those nights rather useful.
he trapped the queen.
Yeah, looks like he won a little bit in the process. I still don't know if it was worth that time for that advantage. Ultine is so good at making magic with a little bit of time. He can chess really well. They don't want to get down much time. So 12 team would like a knight for e7. Or a bishop, because with a bishop he could play bishop takes knight, followed by a new bishop at b3, and then the queen. Unfortunately, 12 is downtime, so he's gonna find some moves in the interim.
But Chicken's knight is pinned.
Yeah. What can he do with that? Maybe queen at b4 to win a piece, but I don't think it's aggressive enough. I think he's gonna put his queen into action somewhere. Or maybe just develop his pieces or make his king safer. He could play king h2. He could play queen at e7. He could take the knight. He could cycle the knight to f4. Bunch of possibilities. Yeah, so the winning the queen action happened. Expected. Yeah, so what happens is you get engrossed in one board because it seems like that's where mate's going to happen and where all the trades are going to happen. And all of a sudden you look over the other board and it's checkmate. Seems like Holmes Knight has lost the pawn in the process here. But he's being aggressive. So,
Well, chicken seems to be in trouble.
yeah. Yeah,
Maybe.
knight at h6 is the threat right now. The chicken needs to find a way to defend against that. Maybe he... Okay. So
pawn at f6 after king h8 or king f8.
yeah. So chicken would like to play like knight at h3. Then if he had a rook, he would have mate there. Because if pawn takes, then he has the bishop f3 discovered. Oh yeah, that's really dire for chicken. Chicken now has no attack whatsoever.
He's also escaping to d7 and c8.
Yeah, but he's lost a lot of pieces in the process and he has no attack. So definitely like 12-teen's position better. Oh, maybe not so much anymore. So 12-teen needs a knight for g3. Or if no pieces came, he could play bishop at h1. But they're down
Maybe
time, so
pawn,
pieces will come.
maybe f3. Just
f3, yeah, that's another possibility. Yeah, f3 for Luft. He's going to run his king around.
but now Black's queen got trapped, and Love team seems very safe.
Yeah, Helms has a very good position now. Helms will probably mate here. Yeah, she has mate. Mate of 1. e7.
Wow.
The face reveal will be costly. That's pretty funny. You could always stream like Nicholas Tice with no webcam. He even has a no webcam emote. It's one of the best emotes out there. So yeah, I mean that's, oh my god, thank you for the gift subs from the Mad Queen Runner. So there's one to Morphe's Revenge, one for Ryosi 8000, and one for Shifty City.
So I thought the Concha was the best emote.
Well, what's the best emote? Say that again.
The Concha?
Okay. And what is that? That's just an anime character or what?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm not so much of an anime fan to know all the intricacies of that. Oh, and Helm's Knight had a quick mate while we were chatting.
So IGH really likes.
IGH really likes that emote, you're saying?
Yes, it's his favorite emote.
Oh, is he into anime then?
So he's into the emote.
Okay.
He's into birds and stuff.
Oh, a bird fan. Wait, what's the word for a bird fan? I know there's a word for that, like someone who watches birds, I guess, or I don't know.
So there's a word, ornithologist,
Oh, yeah, that's probably it.
but that's like a scientist.
Yeah, okay.
But he goes every weekend and searches for birds. Oh, hi, Kitty.
So Chicken has tried to cut off the escape squares, but he still needs a little bit to mate. He would like to get like a knight or a rook. But they're both attacking. Chicken is attacking 12 team relentlessly, and Helms is attacking Ahsoka relentlessly. And it looks like
But
Helm's Knight is
Helm's
going to mate.
closer,
Yeah, Helms is a lot closer. Chicken needs to live at this point.
but he's not.
He's not going to live, no.
With chess.
Yeah. And there it is. 12 is, he's just so dominating at chess. Oh, bird stalker, is that the word? So yeah, I think people who have other people in their streams have a huge advantage. Like Zephcat, who has cameos all the time from Camel Clutcher, and Joe Bruin, who has his turtle cam. That's a huge advantage. But I don't think people pay close enough attention to the turtles that they would realize if it was a repeat. Like, I figure I could take videos from Joe Bruin's stream and just make like a loop of turtles and claim they were my own turtles, and no one would be the wiser. Like, are people going to notice when 20 minutes into the video it goes to the start of the turtle? I don't think so. Not that I'm down in his own motives. Like, I think those are real turtles that he has, but mine would not be real if I did that.
So 12 gave up his queen in a cold-blooded manner.
Yeah, I definitely like Chicken's position a lot better, but there's the problem of time. And if Chicken could get like a few pawns, he would be dominated, which is bishop takes queen and then pawn at g3
Of
and stick
course,
more
if
pawns down.
12 also had a few pawns, pawn at f6 and so forth.
I think he'd need a little more than that because Chicken has some defensive resources. So Helm's Knight is trying to get the queen from Hisoka to help Chicken out.
Yes, maybe
Oh,
Helms is gonna
Chicken's
mate.
able to promote a pawn. That's huge for him.
Yes, but Helms is gonna mate.
Yeah.
That's mate.
Yeah, and even if that weren't made, then rook takes rook with queen at threat would have been pretty good. Queen cam is better than turtle cam, no doubt. Yeah, Kevin thinks they wouldn't notice if I had the turtle cam with the turtle loop. Charlie's a chess cat. Well, I keep telling Helm's Knight if she would just take her cat and throw it over her head, then she would get like a lot more follows. Because there's a streamer named Alinity who did that a few times, and like everyone is angry that she's not banned from Twitch for it. But they're all talking about her, and she's getting more views.
Yes, but Helms is too gentle to cats.
No, yeah, she would never do that to a cat. So he's threatening c2. Knight does not care. Oh, I don't know. Chicken seems a lot more vulnerable than 12 so I think.
Yes, the dark squares are super weak.
Yeah, Helm's Knight needs to be careful about possible queen trades. So Helm's Knight would like a bishop for p5. Yeah, Hisoka is threatening that rook. Probably going to have to play rook d1, which hangs it, but at least it doesn't let that pawn promote with check.
But if bishop takes rook, Helms is going to get the initiative.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think she has enough initiative here, though, even if she got a move.
But it's like two moves, because after bishop takes rook, black can promote with check.
Yeah. So Helms is still up 1 second, and we'll give Chicken a chance to try to defend.
Surprisingly, Chicken seems to be holding.
Yeah, and Helms is making some magic here.
Oh, she has
Oh,
to.
Helms has mate. Helms has mate in one. With
For the
Queen
sake of her
f7.
partner.
Very nice. Helms is really good at making magic.
So last time we were commentating, and she wasn't making magic, but now she's back.
Well, last time, was it Helms Knight partnered to 12 last time? Last time wasn't it like who was partnered to who? I mean, I think they're mixing it up. Oh, when you see the queen sack here, Ahsoka thought that Helm's Knight was so vulnerable that it was worth the queen sack.
But it seems
Yeah,
no.
I don't think
The
so.
king goes to c2, and
Yeah, I think Helm's Knight's gonna live through this, and I don't think 12 will live through it. Because you have to remember, whenever you stack a piece, you're given an extra piece to your partner's opponent to drop on the board. Good night, Mad Queen Ranner. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate all the sub gifts. So Helm's Knight seems pretty safe with all these squares covered. And maybe she'll be able to chase the queen around a little bit while developing more pieces. Yeah, this is exactly what I would have done. Did a fork, get more pieces on the board. Ahsoka might play like bishop takes pawn. Oh, he didn't. Okay, and he didn't because the queen would have mated his partner immediately. So it has to be extra careful. And that pressure allows, that pressure of a certain piece mated allows you to do more with the position that constrains your opponent. So I'm not sure what the point of this queen move was. I mean, a knight doesn't seem to mate for chicken. That queen is pretty good though. So now 12 wants a knight. A knight at c4 is pretty crushing. Basically, Helm's Knight needs to save her knight for the rest of the game. So it's 2 more seconds she needs to save her knight. And they resign. The knight did not come. Hey Blitzen Bullet, thanks for tuning in. We are watching some high-level bughouse. Helms and Chicken versus Hisoka and 12 and Smash Time Pools is commentating with me.
it's quite difficult to comment on the World Championship.
I don't think this is quite the World Championship. I mean, 12 and Chicken are like the best in the world. Helm's Knight's pretty good. I think Ahsoka's the weak link in this particular match. I mean, he's still much better than I am, don't get me wrong. But, Force and Queen trade, is that going to mate? 12? Time is fairly even. It does seem... Oh,
And Helms has mate.
interesting. Yeah, Helms has mate. And so does 12, but not fast enough. Oh, wait, what? She played...
Bishop
Oh,
guards
yeah.
d8.
I see. Okay. Well, does Helms have mate then?
Yes. Hopefully.
I don't know.
g4.
Helms is waiting too long. Now they're down time. Ahsoka had some good defense there.
Yes, you often have to be precise in those positions.
Yeah, not only do you have to be precise in defending, but you also have to be fast because the slower you defend, the more your opponent gets to drop on you. So it's very difficult. It takes practice. So Helm's Knight is dropping the queen for defensive purposes. Probably going to lose the queen. The chicken is attacking. His king is fairly safe. I think he can. Right.
I was surprised when chicken did pawn takes pawn and weakened the HC square.
Chicken is just grabbing all the pieces here. Being greedy. The rook mates for chicken. And I guess it was forced. Guillotine King, it takes practice, and this is like the highest level. Like if you're 1600 or 1700 or 1800, it's not nearly this fast paced or precise. There's a lot of mistakes that happen. Hey Laurel Logic, thanks for tuning in. So Guillotine King, don't be intimidated. It's still worth playing and it's still fun, even if you're not the highest possible level. Yeah, thanks for watching, Loyal. I'll try to do some political streams at some point, but I've been doing practical politics for the last few weeks, trying to get people on the ballot. So the threat here is if queen takes knight, then knight takes rook and it's pinned, and win the queen back. So 12-teen, some pretty good threats. He's going to try to do his threats with initiative, meaning he doesn't want to lose check in the process.
Now he needs a pawn.
Yeah, hard to keep a pawn. There's the pawn right there. All over. Cake that won best cake was a chessboard. Oh, cool. State Fair, California. What's going on? Are they taking a break or something? Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch. It's fun to play. It's very fast paced. So what is going on? Are they on break? I'll give another shout out to Joe Bruin, who rated me earlier, which is why I have like 80 viewers instead of 10 viewers. Still no Twitter? Oh, I have Twitter. I just don't say much on Twitter.
So Chuck, you have a chess club.
A chess club? Yeah, on chess.com I have a club which I haven't really used yet. There's just not really a need for it. So people use their chess clubs to have tournaments within their chess clubs. And at some point, if I got enough people in there, I might have like a crazy house tournament. Or if they ever implement bughouse tournaments, I might have a bughouse tournament in there. I don't know what's going on. I wonder if they're all a Skype call or something. There's probably two separate Skype calls going.
Helm seems to be playing again.
Oh, she is? Wait, what? Oh, oops, I'm sorry.
I thought I was following her.
Yeah, I see it now. My bad.
I think they just started.
Yeah, they did.
because the score
I don't
was...
like bishop there because he's just. Why doesn't he just take it immediately? Interesting. Hmm. So 12 Dean. Well, Chicken has the initiative, but he's not going to have enough pieces to get it done. They're down about 8 seconds, which is an eternity. So Hisoka has maybe Queen F3 or Rook F1. Even just taking the pawn. Yeah, that's fairly safe for the king. Now here maybe pawn at F6 because can't take with the E pawn because it's pinned, and if you take with the G pawn, you can try to inject something in the G7.
So Chicken's down. And
yeah, I mean, Hisoka really doesn't need to move anymore for the rest of the game. I think 12 Teen can beat Chicken in chess at this time. I don't even know if Hisoka will take that pawn. If Can he just step over? Oh no, I guess he can't step over because of the threat of knight at e3. Um, okay, so now Hisoka is just trading random things. Oh, some interesting, right? Wait, was that mate or flag?
was made.
Yeah, so I guess Hisoka figured that he was just going for time and 12 team was on the attack, so any trades helped, even if he was second pieces for pawns.
So knight takes knight was an interesting decision by Chicken, because it allows white to gain access to the F6 square.
Yeah,
It's sort of a double edge.
so
F6 seemed to be the safe move.
if Chicken were to get a queen now, obviously he wins, or even knights are good. Can he play pawn takes knight? Yeah. I like Chicken here. That was interesting. He sacked the queen and he didn't take it because he knew it wasn't safe. He's Chicken's getting 2 queens for Helm's Knight probably. Okay, so Rook is very good. Rook probably mates for Chicken. Or well, I mean, Rook absolutely mates, my bad. I was looking at Rook at G2, but Rook at G1 is even clearer.
H.
Oh yeah, H1, I'm sorry.
Yes, and he's up 8 seconds.
That's an eternity. More than enough time to get the Rook.
Yes, and the Rook is very conveniently placed on D4.
Yeah, so the threat here is Queen at F8. So all Helm's Knight needs to do is run Hisoka out of checks. Good.
Yes, but I was thinking Helms would go for the D4 Rook, since it's trapped in the center.
Yeah, I think she went for the H Rook just because you could do it while threatening checks. So it's easier to pre-move things like that. Okay, so they're threatening a queen trade here, which would be very good for Chicken because 12th king is more exposed. Oh, and got the queen, but not as exposed anymore. Go ahead, Smash.
But now Chicken seems to be safe.
You mean 12th is safe?
Both looks kind of...
Yeah.
Yes, 12th safe now.
Yeah, they are both safe. Well, now a knight would be good for 12t. Oh, it's already over? What happened there?
Helms won, I guess.
Yeah, it looked like a resignation. So Ahsoka can't take the h3 with the threaded knight at g2.
But he can go rook g1.
Yeah. And Helms has so many pieces that Ahsoka is going to be on the defensive here. Although Helms can't give her queen now. That's very powerful for helping them live. So 12-teen is put in this pressure, which...
Well, he has to, because if white gets a pawn at b7 or something, black's going to be toast.
Yeah. And they're actually up time now. So, and they're double sit-in. No, they're not double sit anymore. Okay. So that's 4 or 5 seconds. So basically, Helm's Knight would like to take the rook or something like that on Chicken's initiative. So that
Yes.
Chicken can play rook in the back rank, 12-t needs to defend, and then maybe a knight for e7, something like that.
I was thinking rook at e8 and take the knight.
I don't think she'd even take the knight. I think she'd go for checkmate. I think rook at e8. So on Helm's Knight, rook takes rook check, has to defend that, and then knight takes d5. So rook plus knight just mates for a chicken.
Yeah, so Helms is up significant amount of time.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't just resign this.
Enough
it's over.
mate.
So 12-t needs to create some space for his king. So maybe h6 so his king can run. Oh, that's a good move too.
Yes, but this knight was a good attacking piece.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that 12-t became extremely passive, but now he seems to be back on the attack.
Well, now they're just trying to flag each other. So Helm's Knight's pretty much big move and big move. Oh, this is going to be game over, I think. Helm's Knight had so many pieces at the end.
Yes, Hisoka sacked his army too quickly.
The chicken is giving up some pieces, allowing promotion, but has an attack on the king side, but with a bishop, which is not as good as if he had a pawn there, because he is not threatening promotions. Now he's losing a queen. Oh, he didn't even want the queen, he'd rather attack. Very strong attack. We'll probably get the queen eventually anyway. 12-teen is up 6 seconds and would like some knights, some rooks.
Ask them.
Yeah, so now he gets the queen anyway, but he does it with initiative. Now bishop mate, bishop plus pawn mate. So pawn mates now pawn at d7. Or rook mates, or rook at d8. Probably even is some knights mate. I don't know. Very strong attack. But you see how he was strategic in not taking the queen, where most of us would instinctually take the queen, when he would have more. Ahsoka seems to be sacking pieces here. Don't think it's good for them. Helm's Knight seems fairly safe. Now a little less safe. Bishop at a5, maybe to cover c7. Oh, it's actually the follow from Echesti. So they're up 7 seconds. Chicken would like to get a queen or 2 rooks. Queen or 2 rooks is mate. And chicken also can take a queen whenever he wants, can trade queens whenever he wants. So they're going to sit to put a lot of pressure on Hisoka. Hisoka cannot give a queen, cannot give 2 rooks, and cannot get mated at 1 by a queen.
Bishop at e8. Helm's bishop looks so sad.
Yeah, no, but it was a good move. She's trying to stay safe here.
It's very cold-blooded. Just jamming up this one square.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That knight check. I was wondering if she'd play it. So now, if you take with one of the pawns, you can play rook takes rook. With the other pawn, it's checkmate.
Yeah.
That forces the rook, and the rook mates 12-team. There's no way for 12-team to get out of it. He has to attack to live. So this is just game over. 12-team should resign, unless he can find a miracle somehow. It's each has YouTube. Oh, okay. So you have a YouTube channel? Cool, cool. Ahsoka much more aggressive with white than black. They definitely have their best chances when Hisoka has white.
Yes, Zhao said this when there was 3 of us.
So I think Helm's Knight is going to have to sack her queen and try to get some initiative with knight at h3. Oh, that was interesting. Like 12-team did that because a pawn would have mated for him, but he didn't get the pawn. So chicken has sacked to get a monster attack with h3 and g2, and 12-team sacked his queen to get safer. Chicken would like a few diagonals. That's interesting. I thought he would place on f3 or h3, but instead he's going to attack with the dark squares. So the threat is knight takes c2, smothered mate. Helm's Knight needs to defend against that. Now Ahsoka needs to either retreat the knight or hope to get another knight, or he loses that knight. Oh, interesting. Okay. So Helm's Knight is still very vulnerable, like a few diagonals. Pawn at c3, then pawn at b2. Be very strong. They are up time. They're up about 3 seconds. But 12-team is getting attacked himself. So 12-team is going to have to worry about living instead of worrying about not giving stuff.
Wow.
Chicken is going all out with attack. I think he has mate there. Yeah. Queenette, bishopette, checkmates.
Wow.
And that again is the power of sit-in. When you're forced to sit like that, the attacking guy who is waiting for pieces can calculate, do I have mate with the pieces I already have? And sometimes can find a great mate like that.
Yeah, bishop at h5 is annoying.
Yeah, so that's a free knight unless Hisoka were to get a rook for g6.
I lost countless knights in this way.
Yes, that's a very good square for that knight on f4. Hard to defend everything. I guess he needs a bishop for f1, or she needs a bishop for f1 to defend everything. but even then, knight at d3 would be fairly annoying. I
Or
think
even
Helm,
pawn at c.
yeah. So not looking great for Helms. So I think Helms. Oh, I'm surprised Ahsoka didn't want the queen. Oh, thanks very much, HSU2. Appreciate it. Yeah, I put a lot of work into my layouts here. There's the queen. Now Ahsoka can attack with like pawn at c2. Yeah.
Yeah, Hisoka's very solid with
Yeah, that's
having a
right.
queen on
Yeah,
e7.
the queen in front of the king is very good for defense. Hey Tab Emperor, thanks for watching. So we're watching a chess variant called Bughouse. It's Helm's Knight and Chicken versus Hisoka and 12 Teen. Chicken and 12 Teen are definitely among the top 3 or top 2 in the world, and Helm's Knight and Hisoka are also very strong. So this is a very high game. Like the right board, the 12 Teen Chicken board, it's like watching the World Championship at chess. It's like watching Magnus Carlsen versus Caruana or something like that. Oh, have a great night, Loyal. Thanks for tuning in. So pawn at g7 and then pawn at e7 looks fairly good. But she's going to use the knight. Very nice. Yeah, she's going to find a way in the light square. So knight at g7. That works too. Helms is a master at finding these hacks to keep the initiative. This is going to be game over. Although Chicken actually has to survive here. Chicken has to survive for 7 seconds. Which is easier said than done. 12 very good at chess.
So
And
is chicken.
well, they're both good at chess, but I think 12 is like a little bit higher. And the other thing to keep in mind
Yes.
is that 12 has things to drop and Chicken does not. Even though Chicken has the queen, the pieces to drop are very intimidating.
Um.
Okay, so now Chicken at least has a draw. Might just take the draw.
So I would be greedy and take the knight on h7.
Apparently he was
And now
greedy
do some
too.
more checks.
So if he was really greedy, then he should move his rook to b2 and his rook to h2, and then hope that he pre-moves something else. So then he could have played rook h1.
I think chicken was too greedy.
Yeah, but it worked out
Oh
for him.
wow.
Hey JK14. So the left board was waiting because he was mated in 1 or 2 there. So he was hoping his partner could win on the other board since they were up time. So the time matters in Bughouse, and it's the diagonal clocks that matter. So it's 12th clock versus Helm's Knight's clock, and Hisoka's clock versus Chicken's clock. So if Hisoka has more time than Chicken, then he can not move and force Chicken to move, which means that his partner might be able to take pieces for him. Helm's Knight's being greedy. Oh,
Maybe
Helm's Knight
too
can get away with
greedy.
that. Gonna play queen takes bishop there, but I don't know about this. And Chicken is down 5 seconds. Chicken seems more vulnerable here. Unless he can find some magic.
Rook e8 or something like this.
Maybe Helms will play pawn at b2 and let go of the queen. Try to threaten the rook. Seems like
Yeah,
there's a
I
thing he
think
would do.
chicken didn't find magic.
Oh, thanks a lot for the follow from Anders Revicki's a hero. Really appreciate it. So Helm's Knight has somewhat of a... She's getting her queen in the action, but it also helps defend a little bit. That should be game over for Helms. Yeah. That white king is not getting away from this. A few pawn pushes will do it.
But chicken's down.
Yeah, and that's down quite a bit. 15 seconds. Chicken cannot live for 15 seconds. So retreated his bishop back where it came from. Kind of odd. Oh my god, and Chicken has lost his queen, but a knight mates for him. So, can Helm's Knight get a knight? Probably not. And now Chicken has lost all of those pawns that were his wonderful attack. Chicken's probably gonna attack even more to try to keep the initiative alive. Maybe pawn at d4 followed by bishop at e3 or something like that.
Maybe knight at e5.
Oh, potentially. The worry is that... Oh, there we go. Yeah, very nice.
Yes.
So another knight would mate for Chicken. Knight at f2.
That was a very cool move. Because if pawn takes g4, knight f4 mate.
Yeah, that was a cool move. Find very clever mates at this level.
And so fast, too.
Yeah, this looks really good for Helms. He has the initiative. And Chicken looks safe enough. Be very surprised Helm's Knight doesn't win this game.
Yes, queen at h1 is too strong.
And Hisoka only has pawns. Not
Yeah,
really
if
a way to
Hisoka
stop it.
takes the g2,
They
pawn
are,
at h2
Chicken
mate.
is down like 4 seconds, so Chicken might have to give some other things, but there's not really anything he can give that helps. Like knight at g3, it's just bishop takes. Oh, on the other hand, Chicken is in a lot of danger all of a sudden. The threat is pawn at e2. And then
Yeah, it's
king
super
step
annoying.
right, promote, and then knight move checkmate.
Yeah, one annoying thing in bughouse is you can put 2 pawns on the second rank. And it's super hard to deal with.
He might have to play like f3 or something like that to give him luft.
I was thinking about h4.
Oh. This looks very bad.
But
Wow.
you can survive.
Oh, I don't know if he's gonna survive.
Oh, he's still down.
Yeah, he's still down a lot. He's not gonna survive.
Yeah.
And Helms does not yet have mate. I think 12-team takes it now. Yeah. Mate. Wow. And 12-team did all those incredible moves, like pre-moved all of them. So Chicken
Insane.
keeps doing this thing where Chicken wins a rook for a pawn. Chicken, seems to be up a significant amount of pieces, but on the other hand, 12-team gets an attack. Oh, and I was looking at the wrong board again. Helm's Knight brought it home.
Well, the score is very balanced.
Very
The 2-to-1 ratio
yeah.
is still in effect.
And that probably
So
matches the rating differential. So Helm's Knight is 200 points above Ahsoka, and Chicken is
yes,
what, like a little less than 100 above 12 team. I can't even see Chicken's rating because of his title.
same.
So Chicken again is down time. 12 is
20.
just 12 is just so unbelievably fast. So,
Chicken is 20-20.
say that again?
He's 28-20.
Oh, okay. Oh, so 12 is higher than him. This looks pretty good for Helm's Knight. I think Helm's Knight mates if Chicken can survive. Yeah, I would rook check and then knight takes f7. Oh, that's even better since she has the two knights. Yeah, now
Yeah,
knight at f7 mates. Chicken needs to live for 4 seconds. I think he's going to pull it out this time.
it's hard.
Very hard. Oh, it's easier with the queen
Yeah.
off the board.
Yeah, if 12-team had like a pawn or a bishop to put on, 4 seconds would be too much.
So Helm's Knight has sacked on Hisoka. I think at this point she's trying to neutralize the fact that Hisoka is so aggressive as white. But in the process, she's making it very hard on Chicken.
Of course, given the ratings, it seems reasonable.
Yeah. Well, at least Helm's Knight is up on time. As maybe knight takes h2 or something like that. Oh, okay. Queen check first. Knight takes h2 still seems good.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know the queen was coming. I got engrossed in that game. Yeah, Helm's Knight is quite good at adjusting also. Whenever things seem to be going poorly in the opening, she will change it up. Knight, I guess, ideally would like a bishop for g6, but isn't going to wait for it. Still managed to win the queen anyway. Oh, and Chicken loses the queen at the same time. So Helms is trying to win the queen back. I think he can just take the queen.
Bishop at h8. Good move.
Oh yeah, that's an awesome move on the 12-team board.
It covers the g7 square.
He has knight takes e6.
Bishop takes g7.
Wow. So brutal.
And he's up 2 seconds.
Yeah, I might even play like knight e2 or something to get the knight in play if you were down time.
Maybe knight f4, but
Knight f4. Another good move, yeah.
But I don't see a follow-up. So maybe knight f4 is not so good. Ah,
Well, it's good defensively too. The second queen. I think she can't get away with
yeah.
g3, can she? King g3, can she make it to b1? I don't think her king is that heroic. Plus, chicken's king. It stays
Well,
her
she
number.
must.
Yeah, she must. She's got to try.
But
That's her best try.
I don't quite see how King G3 fails.
Oh my god, they won that. Nice job. So Helms is being aggressive as black. That doesn't work. Chicken is losing some pieces here. But I guess at least he has some initiative.
Yes.
Oh,
So
Helms is dominated.
So without extra pieces, 12-team doesn't seem to have much.
So Helms just needs a pawn, right? Maybe pawn at d2, followed by pawn at f2.
But she's also down 7 seconds.
Yeah, chicken needs to take a pawn for her, I think. Really think chicken should take a pawn.
Yeah, Hisoka's
Oh, oh, he sacked his queen. Okay, never mind.
But it was strange that Hisoka was sitting. Thought he would
Yeah.
not sack the queen and just.
Oh, and what's the time like? Oh, they're down a bunch of time. If Helms were up time, then it would be game over because 12 team would not have a blocker and would have to retreat the rook. And Helms is second again. Oh, is chicken second as well? Are they both second? Wow. Hard to get fed enough to win when you both sack. At least Helms is taking stuff in the process. Oh, Helms is sacking her queen. Going really hard in the attack there.
But it's working.
Yeah, that did work.
If you dream, you have to dream big.
Yeah, well, he couldn't take back. Taking the queen, I think, was fine, but he couldn't take the pawn back. And he's getting in there again. Take that knight at some point. It is. Oh, that's a very interesting move. Now knight takes. Okay, so now a knight mates for chicken or a rook mates for chicken. And and they're up time. Almost forced it.
Queen at f7.
Yeah, I like bishop at d8 actually. You just play. Okay, so bishop at g5 or forget. Okay. Oh, she wants to get the other queen in play. So Helms is looking to mate herself. Doesn't even care about feeding chicken. That queen is very bad for her partner though. And the time was very important, so they were up 1 second there. Time is very close here. Not sure what Helm's Knight is. Oh, I guess Hisoka's deciding whether to sack his queen on g7. And if he were to get a bunch of feet, it would be worth it.
But the time's too close.
Yeah?
Yeah, Helms
He,
gets to
he
play.
might just play pawn to h6 or something like that. And then he can decide later whether to sack.
But Helms has bishop.
Yeah, but pawn at h6, bishop at f6, and then pawn takes g7. And, he can always sack the queen later is the point. Yeah, there it is. So he's threatening to take the rook and declare knight over queen.
Yeah,
And
knight
then how
comes.
much initiative he wants. Say that again?
Knight comes with check.
Yeah. I would play pawn at f5 there. Oh, okay.
I would have never guessed this queen sack's gonna work. But it seems to be working.
So now knight at d8 is the threat.
But the knight's not on board.
Yeah, well, what can he do with the queen is the question. Okay, so the idea is knight
Yeah,
over
but Hisoka's too well defended. His bishop covers the d2 square.
chicken is not well defended. So 2 pawns would mate chicken, or a bishop would mate chicken, or a knight would mate chicken, and there's the knight at d2.
Beautiful.
Ahsoka has a pretty good attack on Helm's Knight with knight at g6.
Yeah, 12 scenes looks crushing.
Yeah. So Hisoka is sacking, realizing if Helm's Knight doesn't take the piece, then it's just free initiative. You're not even losing any pieces for it. On the other hand, chicken has won a queen from 12t. So this looks pretty good. Looks like Helm's Knight will at least win a queen. Maybe mate. Helm's Knight wants a knight, maybe? Knight at f4 followed by knight at e3 would be good. Another possibility is... I was going to suggest pawn at h3.
Yes, that would be my move. Like, the danger is that attack fizzles out.
Yeah.
Like, one downside of having a pawn on f2 is you can't put a piece there.
Yeah.
Often when I play with low-rated partners, they just stick so many pawns on the board and all the good squares get stuck.
We'll probably sack our queen here to get safe. So the queen has been sacked back. Chicken is doing pretty good versus 12t. Unless 12t can somehow get some initiative, 12t is in a world of trouble. Helms is just gonna try to attack every move. Oh, they're up so much time. Helms Knight can wait for material. Just 2 pawns would be enough. Oh, she's going. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think she should have waited. Maybe she figures her partner's dead.
Chicken's dead? He seems to.
No, never mind. The queen covers b4. So even with a knight. Oh, wow. That was a very nice move. Look at that light square attack.
Often has no material.
Maybe so. I think chicken has to sack his queen. But yeah.
Yeah, but even if chicken sacked his queen, 12-teen still wouldn't have enough.
You might be right. I'm not sure. Luckily, they were up time, so didn't have to find out.
That was fast.
That was fast.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I prefer long games to the short ones.
It's painful to get killed in the opening. Like, I can understand being killed after a fight, but when you don't even put up resistance.
Definitely. So a lot of pieces are coming now. Question is, who has the initiative? So Hisoka is trying to seize the initiative. He'll play pawn at g2. And the question is, does he have... I guess if he had a rook plus a knight or something like that. So Helm's Knight is... I guess the point of the queen move was to defend against like a knight drop on f4.
I see. Yeah.
So Hisoka could maybe play bishop at d6 to poke the queen away and threaten bishop takes d3, which would leave some more vulnerable squares for attack.
I guess Helms would have to sack the queen.
Probably. I'm not sure why he's doing that. Oh, I guess what we're not noticing is that a knight mates for chicken, and they're up time. So the queen move was really to play queen takes f6. The threat is new knight at f3.
Oh, f3. Interesting. I was looking at d3.
Yeah, that is also very good. That probably mates as well. So doesn't chicken have knight e4 followed by knight takes c3? Interesting. Not what I expected. Oh, they're just going for flag. Oh, chicken got flag.
You have to point.
Helms is second. And we saw here that Hisoka moved his bishop check just to give his king more luft, and was fine with stacking the bishop to make his king safer. Wow, that was over quickly. Oh wow, I wasn't even looking at the 12-team board. He was destroyed. So Helms is in a little bit of trouble. If Hisoka were to get a bishop at f2 is a strong move.
So chicken's probably gonna run.
He's gonna have to retreat that bishop, I think.
He's gonna be chicken.
Unless he finds some sort of crushing attack. Yeah, there it is. So what is the threat with knight at f5? Does he want like a pawn for h6? Gonna get it. Oh, he's going for knights? That's kind of weird. The bishop was so much better, but I guess 12 team figured he couldn't get the bishop.
Yeah.
So queen to b4 would be an interesting move here. Queen b4 followed by knight at c4. Then if he goes down, queen takes c3.
Yes. Oh, interesting.
Okay, yeah, Ahsoka's gonna just throw the king out with knight checks. Oh, that's gotta be mate.
Yeah, there's too many trades.
Oh, I don't think you played that precisely. Knight at e4 followed by knight at c5 was mate before. Maybe this mates too, but I think Helm's
Knight
gonna run a
c5
little
maybe?
bit. Say that again?
Knight c5 is mate?
It would have been if he had dropped the knight initially on
No, but
e4.
knight c5, king d2, knight c4.
Oh, you're right, exactly. That's a good point. No, but right now, why can't she move up to e4?
But 12 team got mated.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
So Helm's knight is one apiece already. But 12 team's putting a lot of pressure on Chicken. Chicken is probably about to lose a piece as well. So Hisoka is up about 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds on Chicken. And even though Hisoka has lost a piece, he's fairly safe. There's a lot of pieces around his king. Well, now it looks like Hisoka's going to lose the queen. That's for 2 pieces, so that's not the end of the world. I'll just put pawn takes e5 and then queen takes knight. It's a possibility.
I like how bughouse commentary is so much livelier than chess commentary.
Yeah.
Because we argue about seconds.
Okay, so now a knight is very good for Chicken. Oh, he's not going to wait for it because he's down time. So 12 king can now chase the queen around. That knight near Chicken Crossroad is his best piece. He's not going to take it. Oh, he did take it.
Yeah, it's a chessic position.
I guess he's counting on 12T not getting very much, but I don't think he can count on that. Oh wait, what? That's mate. Why did Hisoka take that? That was very odd. Hisoka self-mated. So we've seen this position a bunch before. So he's gonna sidestep and gonna relentlessly attack over there. What did you say? Smash time?
I forgot. Oh, yeah, yes. You said that this position occurred many, many times. And I said we should be experts in this position.
Yes, we should.
Look at e3. It seems.
But what about after you take the pawn? You're thinking bishop. Does the rook move where?
maybe knight at d3. And if king g1, then rook e1 would be double checkmate.
Interesting. I was looking at knight at g1. Oh, yeah, it's playing your sequence.
And queen d1, yes.
Very nice.
But is it mate?
So a rook would certainly mate for her. And
Yeah, chicken has too much material now.
maybe just rook takes rook here. Oh, or bishop takes. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good too.
so chicken has to chess. It's nice having an extra queen on the board.
Very nice move. Okay. Next game up. So Helm's Knight keeps making some light squared weaknesses on c2 and d3, but hasn't been getting punished for it.
Yeah, so Hisoka, to exploit those weaknesses, Hisoka is going to have to occupy e4 and d3.
Yeah. And now she's using those, what were weaknesses, are just more escape squares for her king. I think she should play just knight takes knight here. Rook takes. The knight really bad or something? I guess she wants to do it on her partner's move. Right now 12-teen has no pieces to drop and is down 10 seconds. They're going to make 12-teen play a chess move or two.
Yes. It's going to be very hard to defend this. So when chicken gets initiative, he's going to just destroy 12-teen.
Does 12-teen have to play like bishop takes bishop, or what are the alternatives here?
So, well, he can take...
So 12-teen would like to promote his d-pawn. Chicken needs to prevent that. Keep attacking. Yeah, so blocking off that file there. So this is a good move. If queen takes pawn, then queen takes rook.
Well, he has to take the pawn, I think.
Well, exactly. He has to take the pawn, and then chicken takes the rook. And then after that, 12-teen is going to have to interpose the knight, because he can't just bring the queen back, or the knight at e2 would mate.
Ah, it's a smothered mate. So if
Yeah.
queen moves away, knight at e2.
Yeah. When he gave his king some luft. We need a few diagonals. He's still not made it yet. What time did the man? That was a very spirited defense by 12-teen. I thought he would die a lot quicker than that. So I think Helm's Knight is in trouble here. Just a few diagonals are going to mate Helm's Knight.
Yeah, they're down too much time.
Maybe just bishop f4. Yeah.
Helms is clicking the no bishop button.
Yeah, this is like 10 seconds with no bishop. You could even play knight takes or king takes. Yeah. A lot of options. You could play pawn takes pawn and then bring... No, not pawn takes pawn, because then the knight would hang. You could cycle the knight back for another check.
Yeah, Hisoka can chess.
Oh my god, thank you for the raid from Bertrot. Let's give a shout out to Bertrot. How did your stream go, Bertrot? Bertrot is a Canadian chess streamer who he's very strong. He's about what 2000, 2100 Canadian, and he likes to go over tactics puzzles and games and play games with viewers. Oh, that's good. I'm glad the stream went well. So right now I'm actually not playing Bughouse, but we are watching Bughouse and commentating. So Helm's Knight and Chicken are playing against 12 Teen and Hisoka. And Chicken and 12 Teen are two of the best Bughouse players in the world. Whereas Helm's Knight is no slouch herself. Hisoka's pretty good. This high level play. And Bertrand is my number 2 cheerer with bits right now. Yeah, Helm's Knight is an incredible player. Although she lost that game because she was down too much time. But he's been faring pretty well overall though. So I hope you all enjoyed watching Bertrand. Oh, well, you can pad those stats, although I should tell you that I have monthly leaderboards, so it will reset on August 1st. But I really appreciate the bits. So not only is Bertrand a fun chess streamer to watch, but he has some great chess stories that I've heard on his streams. I admire Bertrand. He's able to like continuously talk it, and I just run out of things to say sometimes. Not good as a streamer. That's why I always make sure to have someone else in a Discord with me to keep the conversation going. And right now I have Smash Time Fools, who's the #1 bits donator for the month. But have they stopped playing, or what's going on here?
Yes, they seem to have stopped.
They haven't said anything about stopping. Let's see. Oh, here we go. I guess occasionally
they need a
water break or something. So there was Helm's Knight, Chicken, and 12 Teen. 2 days ago they streamed for, or not streamed, they played for 8 hours in a row of Bughouse. So I don't think they'll do quite that much tonight, but been fun matches. So as fast as Helm's Knight and Chicken are, 12 Teen is even faster. So Bertrand, you'll see we have 2 Canadians in this match. We have Helm's Knight and we also have 12 Teen. 12 Teen is Janik, who he won the Canadian high school championship. I guess grade 12 or whatever you call it. Was it last year or the year before? Whenever he was, I guess his senior year. Might have even been his junior year. Janik Awatamali or something like that.
So he's very young.
Very young and very good. So he's a national master, and he's also very good at chess. So that other chess server, Lee Chess, they have a titled player match every month, which Magnus Carlsen participates in, and a lot of the other strong GMs. And basically, there were several tournaments where you'd look at the list and it'd be like GM, 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 and then there'd be one NM, which is Janik, and he'd still be in like the top 20.
Did he play with Magnus?
Yeah, he played a few games with Magnus. I think he got some wins.
Oh wow!
This is in Bullet, obviously. Janik he's a Bullet specialist, which translates well to Bughouse, because we've seen some of these games where like Helm's Knight will have made him one, but Chicken will be down 10 seconds, And even though Chicken is very good at chess himself, Janik can make some conversions. Oh wow, we've got our first communication in the chat for a while. 12 says queen good. He says I go knight g6.
So IGH is the only person we know to beat Magnus Carlsen in Atomic.
Okay, is Magnus good in Atomic then?
He knows some theory.
Okay.
Like he's no slouch.
I haven't played Atomic in years. So the history of Atomic was it started in Gix, the German internet chess server, and then it was implemented. Oh, there's the mate for Helms. Then it was implemented in US, the Middle Eastern Wild internet chess server, and people played there a lot for maybe 2 or 3 years, and then Fix got it implemented there, and it became even more popular. But I played on US before Fix got it, and then like the first 3 days that Fix got it, I played a lot, and I just crushed people with opening theory, and then I retired after like 3 days on Fix. So I used to be decent at Atomic. Like I know the strategies, and I used to know some opening theory. So Helms would. Oh, that's interesting. So she's willing to sack the queen, because oh, and now she can check with the knight. What's the time like? So they're down maybe 2 seconds. So I don't think Helms is going to get what she wants. The threat that Hisoka has is pawn at d2. So Helm's knight. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. Looks pretty devastating for Hisoka. Hisoka has knight at c1 or rook at e1, and then pawn takes, and then can stick more pawns in.
Yes, Hisoka has to make something happen. That's the downside of his position. Because
well, the bishop covers f6, so Helm's knight either needs a queen or 2 rooks or another knight.
What about bishop at f6 or something?
I don't think you can live through
that. Now Hisoka got a knight. Yeah, now I think Hisoka's safe.
I mean, unless Helm's knight gets more material here.
I mean, even if Helm's got a extra knight, you could.
Well, Helms has the extra knight, so we're gonna find out for sure.
Help. Knight at f6.
No, I think knight at e7 followed by bishop at f6, and try to get some of the stuff out of there with initiative. Okay,
maybe king h8.
Oh wow! Oh, very beautiful. Nice. Beautiful move.
Hisoka seemed super safe, and his position crumbled like a.
This is why Helm's Knight is 2700. So when we played on the free internet chess server, Helm's Knight was not like 2500 level there, but she was usually 2300. And a lot of the very strong players, they would tell me that Helm's Knight was one of the best attackers out there. She was not known for being particularly good at defense, but she would find these magic attacks out of nowhere. Here we have a discovered check for Hisoka. Hisoka's going to be able to play knight takes bishop with the later threat of queen at f8. See what's happening on the other board. Oh, Chicken would like a. Oh, it's too late now. So Helms is probably going to push. Or no, never mind. I'm sorry, she's in check. I was looking at pushing e2, but that doesn't work. She's in check. Yeah, just mate. Helm's Knight is playing more passive than usual. That's an aggressive move, at least. So 12 would like a knight for f6, making a second move in the interim. Or like a pawn for g7 would be rather good. I think 12-teen may be willing to sack his queen to keep initiative.
Yeah,
But he
Helm's
really
Knight is
needs
mate.
a
I don't
knight or
know.
a pawn. Oh, 12-teen says in the chat, 2 knights mate. So that's what he would like to see. He wants knight at f6, and then king over, queen takes h6, and then new knight at d7, I guess. That looks fairly good. Thanks very much, Bertrand. I really appreciate the raid. So again, if anyone hasn't checked out Bertrand yet, I'll give a shout out to him. And for the Bertrand people, I should mention that the reason I had so many viewers beforehand was that I got rated by Joe Brewer, who is also a streamer that you should check out. Hey Satoris, thanks for watching. So Helm's Knight has been spamming no bishop.
So they used to communicate in voice, I guess.
Yeah, I
And
guess
now
maybe they ended their Skype calls or something like that. It's by the way, it's also we don't know for sure what's going on. It's possible that they're all in the same Skype call, but they're using the communicator buttons so that the others won't hear. All we know for sure is it's very unlikely that they're in Skype calls in pairs of 2. Hey John Lee, thanks for watching. And I assume you all know John Lee, but I'll give him a shout out too. John Lee is the best Crazy House player in the world, so if you want to get better at Crazy House, you should watch his streams. Doing okay, John Lee. How's your kid doing? Is he what, like a month old or something like that? And is Bella getting along well with? I forget what your new kid's name is. Oh, that's mate for Helms. 12-teen's trying to make some magic. Oh wow, yeah, he flagged chicken.
So John has 1 kid or 2 kids?
He just he had a girl named Bella for a while, and he just recently had a new boy, Spencer. Okay, drinks lots, sleeps lots. Yeah, well, when you're awake at night, you can watch the Twitch streams too. Helm's Knight is just being much less aggressive recently. I mean, maybe Hisoka has cracked her openings, but I doubt that.
After 76 games, it's hard to be aggressive.
So it's possible that Helm's Knight was aggressive because it was easy to communicate, and now that it's harder to communicate, that they're not in a call, they're being more passive. Oh, Smash Time Fools is commenting with me. He's in the Discord with me. If you want to comment, John Lee, you could jump in my Discord. Anyone who wants to chime in is welcome to come in. Yeah, I got to trade the queens there. Now 12-teen could conceivably sack the queen. He knows that a queen and more feet is coming. Okay, now Hisoka, I guess, would like a rook here. Oh, even now. Okay. So knight plus rook would mate. What else would be good? Maybe just even a knight and then promote the knight.
Yes, well,
Hisoka's king seems fairly safe. Even if Helm's Knight were to get a knight, then he'd step over and lose the bishop.
Hisoka's up 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Discord link. Oh, here, let me give it to you. We're in my Discord here, and if you join my Discord and then jump into any voice call, and just let me know in the chat here, and I will move you in. We're in live stream. The easiest thing would be to jump into waiting room, but you can jump into anything. So here the time is fairly even. Most of the games the time is fairly even, but then there's some games where it's just like a 10 or 20 second. Oh, awesome. Bring John Lee in. Hey, I believe you have your mic muted in Discord, but if you press the unmute, then we could hear you, John Lee. There we go.
Right.
Hey.
Hey, how you going?
Hey, what a pleasure to have you in here. So we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Oh, I do owe a partnership with you at some stage, right?
Yeah,
I
at
did
some
think you
point,
mentioned
for
that.
sure.
So thanks for letting me join. Guys, Chuck is the original. The pleasure of meeting him in New York many years ago, and I've not seen anyone as dedicated as Chuck Moulton to Bughouse.
Yeah, you have to put together an Australian gathering at some point and invite people from around the world. It'd be fun to meet more of the
There's too
Australians.
few of us. There's too few of us, and
I guess you're scattered
two
different places in Australia, but even so.
two of our key guys, myself and Bugzilla, we've got kids now, so that
Oh,
gets in
okay.
the way of things a bit.
Yeah, I didn't know Bugzilla had kids. Cool.
He's got two as well. He's a boy and
Oh,
a girl.
so what I'm hearing is there's a butt-in Bughouse grudge match between your kids and his kids when they get to
Ah,
the right age.
okay. That would make sense. Yeah, I'm behind him. His kids are about 2 kids before we had one, so
Okay.
he's winning the race there.
Yeah, but you have Bella, like, you had her sitting on your lap watching all of the Crazy House for a while, so she probably has a leg up.
Maybe we'll see. We don't get in touch as often as we used to, but that's an idea.
So we've talked quite a few nights that people are wondering who Katask is. Do you have any theories yourself?
Oh, I thought he was someone new, like a
Well,
teenager.
he could be someone new, but he's very good at Bughouse for a new guy. Most people don't get good that quickly, and he's also quite good at chess. So I don't know. People have
Well,
their theories.
I don't know. I haven't investigated or thought much about it, but if you remember what 12 teen was like when he started, it was
Well,
pretty similar profile.
I mean, 12 teen, he got good very fast, but he was just saying last night on Helm's Night stream that he used to get destroyed by Bug all of the time when he was just learning. Just because they played a few games versus Bug, and so last night on Helm's Night stream, it was Chicken, 12 teen, and Helm's Night, and
Oh, it
and
was a
so
fourth.
and Chicken was providing like background commentary, but Helm's Night was partnered to 12 teen, and they were seeing if they could both get touchdowns on both boards at the same time. But they were playing like 2200s, so it was very hard. They would get like one touchdown, but hard to get the second. And then
They do some crazy challenges, those two.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I don't know.
She hasn't successfully completed that challenge, and 12 teen heard about it, and he said no, this is easy. This is easy. You couldn't do it with Chicken, but I can do it. I'll show you. It was harder than he thought. But
It's
anyway,
very hard.
when they're playing against,
It's hard to get one touchdown.
it
Even.
is, it is. But well, they had a strategy where they would just get up on time, and then they would play chess on one board for like 30 seconds, trade off all the pieces, and then walk the king, which works good for one board. But then the other board has all the pieces, so it makes the walk all the more harder.
No,
But
what you need to do is win all the pieces on both boards and then march your kings.
that's a good
But
strategy for
that's you
sure.
don't have enough time for that.
Yeah, but
So the difficulty is that the opponents resign.
yeah, that's another
That too.
difficulty. When it gets too bad, the opponents will resign before you can march the king all the way over.
Yeah.
But anyway, at one point they were playing the challenge, and Angelina Callie was one of the opponents, and 12 said he couldn't even do well against Callie straight up, even without the challenge.
Who was that?
Angelina Callie is Bug from Fix.
Oh, okay, right.
She's also a supermodel.
Bug.
Chicken has quite a good attack, but it's going to run out of pieces. And Hisoka can take a queen at any point when it becomes useful to 12. Like right now. Now when knight mates or rook
King on
mates.
king d1.
It is just taking the knight. The knight would have made it.
Oh, a knight on g4 wasn't helpful. Helms just threw the game there, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's hard now.
Oh, another up time. Oh, pin the queen.
Close,
Nice move.
close. I think Helms and Chicken could take this.
Yeah.
Go.
I mean, it's amazing when you think the game is totally over. Find some way to pull it out. Oh, and
Wow.
They lost after all, but that was quite close.
1/10 of a second.
Is Hisoka CC a known identity?
He is. He is Death Note from Fix.
Ah, Death Note. Okay.
And he's improved somewhat. He was usually 2200 on Fix, and now he's usually 2500, 2600 on chess.com. He actually, the World Open Chess Tournament is the biggest chess tournament in the US, and we had that July 4th weekend, and he stayed at my house in Philadelphia while he was playing in that, and he won his under 1600 section. Or I'm sorry, he didn't win. He finished second, I believe, and that got him $4,000.
Oh, well, that's a good payday for
Very good
under
payday.
1600.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, in the US,
I don't care if that's second. That's winning. $4,000 payday is winning.
In the US, it's quite possible to do well at chess, even if you're not like the highest rated player, because they have these sections with big prizes, and I don't think that's true in a lot of other countries.
Yeah, that's fair to say. All right, well, you know, I might have to stop for a bit just to grab some dinner. But if the action's still around, how long have you been going already?
That's a good question. Let's figure that out. Oh, Ryusi is asking what the score is. Can you tell him, Ahsoka? Or sorry, can you tell him Smash Nine Pulse?
61 to 29.
61 to 29. Oh, nice. In Helms' favor, I think. Right.
Right.
So
no, I when I was in hospital with Spencer when he just got born, it was Jeek, 12 Chicken, and Helms did some crazy long series, 7 or 8 hours long. I don't know if you remember that, but no,
yeah,
it was something like 200 games.
Oh yeah, that's
straight.
That's the one they were talking about.
I haven't seen a series like that in years.
Yeah,
that's a long series.
They said they thought that was the longest series ever. Frankly, I think I've played longer series than that, but over the board, not so much online.
I wouldn't put that past you. I believe you there.
I remember there was a Vegas Bughouse gathering years ago when
one of the original ones.
It wasn't one of the original, but it was maybe, I don't know, 2007, 2008, something like that, where I got to the gathering and I'd been playing like all day, and people were starting to go to the various rooms and go to sleep, and I was about to go to sleep myself, and then Jelly Roll walks in, and Jelly Roll is like, I just got here, you guys are you're leaving right now? I mean, and we were like, well, we're gonna play in the morning, we've been playing all day, we want to go to sleep. And he's like, let's just play one game. So no one else would play him, but I said I would play him, and Jelly Roll and I had simuled a lot on Fix. He was one of the few people who was willing to simul, and I simul a lot myself. So we said, oh, okay, we'll simul. And so we started simuling, and like we played all night long, and people began to wake up, and they came in and they're like, "You're still going? You just started when we went to sleep."
These were your account was Night Tour, wasn't it? On
Yeah,
Fix.
yeah, it's night
Yeah,
time
yeah.
fix.
No, I did a little bit of simuling, but not as much as you did.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly certain. Like on Fix, I had played the most simuls of anyone, but there are some people with simul on chess.com, and I have not simul on chess.com. So probably someone has passed me by this point.
Oh, I don't know. You did simul a lot.
Yeah.
My recollection of you was when everyone was wanting to have dinner in New York, and you're like, "What's up, guys? Like, we can eat whenever. Like, let's play Bug now."
Exactly.
Oh, that's funny. You're like, "No, guys, that's not funny. Play Bug now. Are you guys crazy? Why are you eating?"
So Ahsoka is waiting for what exactly? For New Night at E3 or
Maybe a rook at C1 or D1,
okay.
or maybe just trying to sit to keep his partner alive. All right, well,
See my bag.
no, he can't see your bag. We don't have the webcam on. And so can everyone else. There's another 73 people that can hear your voice.
Hey Bella.
All right, come on. Okay. Everyone knows your name. Bombing me all the time.
So Hum's Knight would like a blocker. Oh, there it is. It would like another blocker. Pawn at D3, I guess. Or pawn at D5, if it works.
Good sidestep it.
Bats.
Probably don't want to though. It'd be better to block it. Want a knight for E7 or a rook for H8 if you're Helm's Knight. At F3 check.
And yeah, chicken
Pick up
would
the
like
knight.
a knight. Oh, whoa, I'm surprised he took that. That looks very dangerous for 12-team. But, oh, I guess since they're up so much time, Ahsoka can wait, and Chicken's attack is gonna fizzle.
2 pawns made me, but you're never getting them.
Yeah. And Chicken had to defend against Rook at F8.
Could kind of say that 12-teen is chickening chicken, if you get what I mean.
Exactly. Oh, and 2
there's a
pawns
bishop there.
still mate for Chicken. Now 1 pawn, because he has the bishop. Oh, traded off the queens, okay. And is now threatening Rook at E1.
That's a good decision. That's a good decision from chicken.
And yeah, so now Helms is threatening Queen at H8. Or
Is
knight
rook
at
at E2
E7.
mating? Doesn't Hisoka have rook at E2?
Rook at E2 followed by knight at F4.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
Well, I think we got heard. Knight at D2 was clean there.
Oh wow, nice. Mothered mate.
H3 to finish is nice too. That's more elegant. That wins elegance points more than my solution. I am gonna go get that dinner now because Bella's pulling in all directions. Okay.
Could you give
I
us
may come back.
Could you give us a quick update on the 1-0 Crazy House Championship?
Right, the chap. Yeah, honestly, I just have not had time to. Well, it's hard to get a 1 to 2 hour block of time that's undisturbed.
So do
with
you
a
still
newborn
have
at
a
the
few
house.
matches to play, or have you played all the years?
First Plotkin, and I don't think either of us has been in touch with the other, but
Okay.
Plotkin's got like 4 matches left in total. So
Yeah, I think Plotkin has a vacation a certain time each year. Okay. Well,
right.
anyway, I won't keep you, but thanks very much for hopping in for a bit.
It'll all happen. The other thing that will happen is we will have a 12-team versus the eventual champion of the 1 Minute Crazy House World Championship.
Nice.
I had $200 donated to me at some stage, and I'll put that $200 up as a prize pool. So something like 50 for second, 150 for the winner, 100 games of 1 Minute Crazy House. So All right, Bo. Regardless of who the champion is,
Awesome.
we'll make that happen against 12 team. But right now, I gotta go get dinner.
All right. Have a great,
See you
I guess,
guys.
afternoon for you. Or night.
All right. Take care then.
Take
All right,
care.
bye.
Bye. There's another shout out for John Lee Crazy House, who's the undisputed best Crazy House player in the world and an awesome streamer. So check him out if you haven't already. Helm's Knight is getting aggressive again. I think she's gonna have to. Oh, I thought she would play King E7 there, but okay. I would have been worried about discovered attack. Are you still here, Smash Time?
I'm here.
Okay. I think John Lee did not leave the call. I don't know if he meant to. Guess I will. Maybe I can mute him just in case. Or no, I shouldn't.
His daughter's adorable.
Yeah. Thanks, John Lee. So Helm's Knight seems very safe with the queen near the king. And she has a reasonable attack. Oh, that's very nice. So that was actually a bad thing for her to do to put the bishop there, because she couldn't play queen takes or queen at f7 with mate. So Hisoka managed to pick up a piece. I'm sure 12-teen will put to good use.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
a rook mates for 12-teen, and the queen is forced. The time is really close. I can't tell who's up.
Yeah.
You still there, Smash Time?
Yeah, I'm looking at the clocks.
I think, but the pressure is on Helm's Knight. So I think 12-teen will wait until right near the end, and then 12-teen and Hisoka will just start moving like mad. 12-teen says maybe give spite check instead of taking f7. We can flag her. Cake. Helm's Knight is angry. She's just master keyboard. I would like to be able to quote, like, I can't seem to copy and paste from the chess.com chat. I think they've disabled that somehow. But I would like to copy and paste what Helm's Knight put, because it was...
Oh. Success.
Oh, you got it. Okay. Yeah, so that is the Helm's Knight chat. If you could read what's going on. And I cannot necessarily translate that except for anger.
I was gonna say that she's speaking code.
Maybe. Oh, and Hisoka and 12-teen have won that one. The strategy paid off. Helm's Knight seems fairly safe. Oh, but now she's sacking some pieces. Trying to feed chicken, or what's going on? Chicken is taking pieces. Chicken has a decent attack now, and drop some pawns near there. Maybe knight takes g4. Oh, bishop at, even better. Nice move. Yeah, now you can drop pawns again.
Yes, having a knight on g2 is terrible.
Okay. So chicken is up a little time, and a few pieces will mate. Like a rook would mate fairly immediately, but even another knight would be good. Oh, and a don't think that's gonna work for 12-team.
Did he have a choice?
Oh, maybe not. Nice, mate. Yeah, that early pawn has harassed Helm's Knight there. You have to give up a piece. But this pawn structure makes your king fairly safe. So it's not the end of the world to give up a knight for a pawn there.
It's a bit of a brick.
This knight move is clever because it also protects g7. So Hisoka is chasing Helm's Knight's queen around and putting pieces on the board in the interim.
Yes.
It's allowing him to gain some initiative. Whenever you can do that, recommended.
Yeah, so Hisoka is very, very solid and can possibly have an attack.
And he can keep chasing that around.
Oh, it's 6 a.m. This was my cuckoo clock.
So Hisoka has lost some stuff in the process, but let's look at Chicken's king. Chicken is on f5. So even though Hisoka is losing some pieces in the process, I think it is open 12-team. Something with like a bishop, I guess, or a rook.
I was thinking rook takes h7, but
oh yeah, that's an interesting move. I like it.
One also needs a follow-up.
He could also just play queen takes bishop with a threat no queen takes c7.
But
now he could do rook takes h7. Oh, he has a queen. Okay, that makes it easier. Mate. So 12-team is trying to get some initiative over here. A few knights would be good for 12-team. I think Hisoka can get them in time. Down a second.
it's a shame Helms can't put.
I wonder if it would have been worth it for like knight takes d5, losing the queen for Hisoka to do. What were you saying? It's a shame that what?
Helms has to take her knight away and not wait for knight at c7.
Well, she could also play just bishop takes knight and leave that knight there for later.
But knight takes knight and more trades.
No, but it would trade bishops rather than knights. Just bishop takes f6.
But this would trade an offensive piece for a defensive piece.
Yeah, that's true.
Or sorry, an active piece for a passive piece.
Yeah, but it's better than giving the knight and might gain enough time. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Certainly, she would prefer if she could just wait and get a new knight to stick in or get some rooks or something like that. But she can't just leave the knight there because if it were Hisoka's move, knight takes knight, just flat out would win a knight.
What if queen takes knight?
Oh, that's an interesting move. Hisoka's being very aggressive now. Oh, he's offering the queen trade, which is... Oh, but 12-team has so little time. Yeah, I think 12-10 is going to get flagged pretty easily here. Yeah. 12-10 can't make up that much time because Helms is very fast.
So the score is now 55-34, which are Fibonacci number.
So are you a math major?
I was. I am now a mathematician.
Oh, okay. I was a math major undergrad, but went different directions. So Ahsoka would like some pawns, I guess. Pawn plus knight would be good for him. Guess he wants to pressure a queen trade. Queen at e7. That mate for 12-10. Okay, so he's forced a rook. Is that good enough for 12-10? I thought he'd played knight at e8 before, something like that. Ahsoka's retreating his queen. It's a little bit odd that Ahsoka's retreating there. The chicken would like a knight.
Helm seems just a bit faster than Hisoka.
Yeah. That's very nice, where both pawns are pinned.
Yes. I was thinking the attack would fizzle out, but it continues.
And threat is to get in the knight to win the queen.
But suddenly, Helms is down.
Yeah, Helms needs to keep track. Why is chicken not moving? I would just do knight takes queen or queen at h. I guess maybe he was calculating whether he could live. I believe he can.
Well, now Helms has mate, but chicken's gonna flag.
Wow. Thanks, Will. Thanks for tuning in. We're doing some Bughouse commentary. I'm here with Smash Time Fools, and we're watching Helms and Chicken versus Hisoka and 12-10. And we had John Lee up in the call for a few minutes earlier. The chicken is up a little time. Helms would like chicken not to give a bishop. Probably worried about bishop at f5. Helms is saying stall, 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 stall. They're up about 5 seconds. Oh, maybe 4 seconds. So chicken will wait. So Helms would like a knight. Now the time is even. And
yes, if Helms doesn't get a knight,
Helms is in a bit of a pickle without the knight. So
yes.
she could play pawn at e3, yeah. Holmes is trying to stay safe, but its attack is fizzled. Maybe just bishop takes g5 to run stuff. So Helms is humanly safe, at least. I think Chicken's far more in trouble. Helms could take a queen whenever, but I'm sure she would prefer to find some initiative. So she's defending her bishop, giving a check.
Yes, she has many pieces. Like, usually when one's attack fizzles, you don't have any pieces left.
Very true. So now, I guess she's going to threaten a queen. She's probably going to get to take a queen even without losing a queen.
So the question is whether Chicken can survive.
My answer is probably not. Oh, now Helms wins, I think. I don't think Ahsoka can lift these.
12-10 unfortunately is sitting, and he had to go and start pre-moving massively.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have guessed he would have won if he chested out.
Right, but that game was another example of a position where Hisoka looked reasonably safe, and Helm's Knight just found some magic. That's why she is the rating she is. That she's one of the best attackers there is out there.
Well, you have to be to have such a high rating.
Yeah, but there's other people who have. People can have high ratings for different reasons. So there's some who have high rating that high just because they play super fast and get up time. Others because they're just really good at initiative. Others are,
But you still have to win games.
Right.
Like, if you have Magnus Carlsen and he makes a draw, he loses points.
Right. Yeah, my point was only that not all people are rated super high for the same reason. Like Chicken is head and shoulders above other people because he is so good at coordinating with his partner that he makes all of his partners better by getting them the things that they want before they even know they want it. And Helms is decent at that, but not like Chicken level at that. Where Helms is at her best is finding amazing mates.
Well, it's good that people are good for different reasons.
Yeah, it's what makes it such an interesting game, that not everyone plays it the same way. It's sort of like poker, where there's some people will play tight, some people will play loose, some are good at finding bluffs, and you can play it all different ways. And bughouse can be played many different ways as well. Like there are people who are very good at feeding their partner particular pieces they want. Like Who Am I was very good at that. So Who Am I on fix, he would very rarely mate, but it wasn't because he was not good. He was very good, but he just was very good at feeding his partner. You're not bad at all components of bughouse. Well, it's a complicated game, and you're definitely improving. I don't know if you saw my stream. Wait, was it tonight or? Let's see. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Friday night. It was. Was it my Wednesday night stream? There was a stream that basically, like, the last part of my stream might have even been Friday night. The last part of my stream, I couldn't. I was just playing in the random pool, and then a dude popped in my chat and said he wanted to partner, and I said sure, and we partnered. He was rated about 1,000, and I asked him, so how long have you been playing Bughouse for? And he was like, 5 minutes. And I'm like, what do you mean 5 minutes? And he's like, well, this is the first time I've played. But he had watched my stream and he'd played some chess. So I kept telling him to develop his kingside bishop so he wouldn't get mated so quickly. And eventually he saw why that was important. It reminded me of my streams with you, where I would tell you about that. That's a couple hours ago. Whatever, time flies. Less than a couple hours ago, because frankly that was like 10 hours ago. Because my stream was 7 p.m. until 9 p.m. And right now it's 6 a.m. But yeah, I guess it was my immediately last stream. To see what bishop at c3. Yeah. The chicken is in quite a bit of trouble there. Our rook mates him. Ahsoka has pinned a rook. 15 is up time. So Helm's Knight needs spite checks. But they're still up about 2 seconds. Helm's Knight's gonna has one more spite check with pawn at d7.
Spy checks are my favorite kind of checks.
Does it even mate anymore? I guess now he needs like a knight for h8. Or he could trade a bunch of stuff, I guess.
Maybe knight h8. So maybe h8 equals to knight.
Yeah, no, the bishop chess followed by bishop at g6 is what he's going for. Which is a clever way of doing it. Although, wait, no, can he escape? He can escape to e7 if that happens. Oh.
So what was wrong with promote a knight?
That's a good question. I don't know. Helm's Knight's king is very safe, but Helm's Knight needs to find a magic mate here. I guess Chicken's gonna try king e7 and then throw a rook in there. That would give a knight, but one knight is not going to be that bad for Helms. I mean,
Yeah,
two knights and a queen would be bad, and Helms would be.
Love team doesn't seem to have mate anymore.
Yeah, I don't think he necessarily has mate.
And Helms might.
Helms might, definitely. Helms is threatening, I guess knight at f8 would be what I would do. Followed by knight takes bishop.
I was thinking about knight at f6.
Knight at f6 is interesting too.
But
then
maybe
we would need another knight, I guess. Oh,
wow.
They're going for flag. Wow. Kingside bishop emote. Unfortunately, Spol, I've run out of emote slots, and I like all my emotes. I have more ideas than I have emote slots, so if I can ever get Twitch partner, then I'll have a lot more emote slots. All right, Helm's Knight is asking for a knight. So Helm's Knight wants, I guess, she wanted knight at d6 before.
So she spammed knight 3 times. So it's probably very good.
Yeah, looks fairly good. Can even cycle the knight back, or is she gonna wait for a new one?
Cycling seems dangerous. Hisoka gets initiative. This could be the end.
No, bishop at b4, and then bishop takes knight, and at least okay.
But
safe. Oh, she's going all out here. Oh, well, she has the queen. Question is, can chicken live? Can chicken live for 10 seconds?
I think so.
I don't think so. 12 has a knight and a queen to drop.
That's a good point.
He uses them to maximum effect. 9 seconds. Not only 9 seconds, but let's see. Can Hisoka get away with taking that pawn, or is it mate in 1? No, it's mate in 1. Okay. Yeah, that's all 12 will get to work with.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
This is just a dominating chess game. I mean, knight takes e6, and queen drop.
Yes, I didn't see those extra pieces.
E6
Yeah, having it.
So the threat is knight g6 with the double check. .1 seconds.
Well, it was surprisingly close.
Yeah, 12 is just so devastating when he can play chess, especially up pieces. Oh, that queen trade, not good for chicken. What's the time like? Chicken is up 1 second. Tom's knight probably needs to save that queen. But that would mean losing a bishop.
Yes. And it's an important bishop too, because she becomes passive and Hisoka becomes active.
Yes, that's very true. So the question is, does the queen mate? I mean, I guess bishop takes knight, knight takes bishop, queen takes, or no, wait, pawn takes rook, king takes queen, and then queen takes knight. Yeah, so 12 is up even more time to make that more devastating. Okay, so the threat now is a knight mates too. Knight still mates after that. He also has knight d5 is interesting.
What a blunder.
Whoa. Was that a mouse slip? What happened?
No, it was a blunder. Because you said knight mates.
Yeah.
Hisoka was played by instinct.
Okay. Interesting.
And blundered a mate in 1.
Oh, how's knight 1 a queen there?
It's quite hard not to blunder in time pressure.
Yeah. Wool's anti-chess rating is now provisional. Yeah, I haven't played anti-chess in a long time. I used to be pretty decent at that too. And look at what 12 team's playing. His rook is crazy places, and chicken has gotten to promote. So chicken is taking full advantage of this weird opening. Wow. I guess Chicken would like a knight. Chicken would like to play queen takes bishop, queen at h8, followed by knight at h7, maybe. Oh no, he's gonna go for a run. Yeah, I don't think Chicken can live through this. Ahsoka's being quite aggressive. Now Ahsoka would like a pawn or a knight. Okay, so now Ahsoka could get safe if he wanted with queen
Yeah,
takes
Chicken
b2.
lost queen, and Helms is gonna get destroyed.
Interesting. So Ahsoka's going all in with this attack here. So a knight plus a pawn would mate for her. Knight mates now, or bishop. Yeah, the bishop, that mates. Pawn at f7.
But Hisoka was up time, no?
Yeah,
Oh,
he
no, he's
was.
down.
Oh, is he downtime now? Oh my god.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, so Helms was up time,
Okay.
and she could have asked her partner to sit.
Yeah, and they decided to let Chicken win instead.
And I thought Chicken wasn't going to win because he lost his queen in a fork.
So do they have anti-chess on chess.com?
No, I don't think so. Do
Okay.
they? I think they have
I don't
free chat.
I don't know. What I do know is that I heard that chess.com is probably getting atomic
Oh,
in the
yay.
reasonably near future, which would be pretty cool. So if they don't have anti-chess yet, maybe that's something else they're looking into. I don't know. Chess.com is always looking to improve, which is awesome.
To be honest, I prefer losers chess.
I don't like losers chess. So losers chess. So the difference, by the way, between losers chess and anti-chess, at least as I understand it, is in losers chess you don't lose your king and check matters. Is that right, or am I wrong about that?
Yes.
Yeah. So, the history of losers chess is that Fix and some of the other X servers implemented suicide, which is basically anti-chess. And ICC wanted to do the same thing, but their coders couldn't figure out how to do it, so they implemented losers instead. They couldn't figure out how to make a variant without check. And yeah, I just think losers is pretty dumb.
It's actually a much more interesting and strategical game. The thing about anti-chess, it's very volatile.
It is very volatile. I like that about it. So there are some other weird nuances. So ICC finally did get a version of suicide, which they called giveaway, but there were minor differences in the rule set. I think
about check or something.
Say that again.
About check.
No, I don't think it was check.
Or castling.
Yeah, I think giveaway did not allow castling. And there was also some differences on the win condition for. So the way suicide was implemented on Fix, if you were stalemated, then you counted the number of pieces to determine who won, or something like that. Whereas I think on ICC, if you're stalemated, you win, or something like that. It was something weird like that. Like if you were good enough at the game, it didn't really matter because
no, it matters though. Stalemate is quite common.
A stalemate is quite common,
it's
but
easy to stalemate.
If you are playing slow games rather than fast games, you should, like, if you force a stalemate, it should be. You should be winning anyway. Hey, Heshtape. Thanks for watching. Yeah, anti-chess is very open. Not only is it open and heavy, but I'm fairly certain it is solved. At
So
least,
anti-chess is solved.
at least,
Moves like e3 and c4 win the game.
well, yeah, obviously, or well, wait, E3 is solved. Yeah, I think E3 was the last thing they solved because I mean, any suicide player who is above about 2,000 strength should know how to win versus E4, D4, or D3. Like those are all forced losses.
Sorry, I meant one e3 is a winning move for white.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't surprise me, and I know computers were working on cracking that for years, and I remember I think it was somewhere between 2005 and 2010. There was like an email that was sent around saying, "Oh, we finally solved suicide."
Yeah, so if you analyze the lines with a computer, you would find that in many lines, black is very constrained. So it's hard for black to get a decent game if white plays very precise moves.
Yeah, makes sense.
I used to play. So when people played c3, I used to play c5, and most of the time I had a good game. But eventually, people learned the computer lines, and I had to switch to like b6 or something.
Yeah, sort of like Wild 5. Wild 5 was eventually solved for black. I mean, solved with a white win also. So it Wild 5 became quite easy to play for white and quite hard to play for black as people learn more computer lines. So thanks for watching, Codetto. Say that again.
It's reverse chess.
Right. It's the pawns move backwards and promote immediately.
Yes, but losers isn't gonna get solved anytime soon. It has.
Oh, I think it's only not going to get solved because it's less interesting to people with large computers.
No, it's much harder to solve because there is not so much constraint.
So much force lines. Yeah,
it's less forced because in many lines, white can give away the king and get a simple stalemate. But in losers, you have to give away everything. You have to get a clean.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so here a knight is very good for Helm's Knight, and oh, they're gonna trade the queens. That's oh, okay, that's a win. So yeah, go Deadle.
Oh, go ahead. Potentially for white, but it hasn't been solved on computer.
Yeah, atomic is quite strong for white. So yeah, so there are two chess viewers who like to go in streams and they donate subs. One of them is Kevin C. Wong, and the other is the Mad Queen Ranter. So they each donated a few subs earlier tonight, which I appreciate. I think you got one of those, Go Diddle. So let's see. If I were Helm's Knight, I mean, I'm much less aggressive than Helm's Knight. I sort of look for defense too. So I would play bishop at b4 and then bishop takes d6. Then I would feel safe. But I know she will probably try to attack. She'll play knight at f3 maybe and try to get in on that king.
Yes, that's a joke about Ottomans. How they don't know how to defend. So they have only one word, and it's charge. And if you really need to retreat, you have to say turn around 180 degrees and charge.
That's funny.
And this is Helms.
Yeah, Helms is a pretty relentless attacker. I have seen her defend though. There are some people who never defend, and she would not be
like me.
She would not be so high rated if she never defended.
Now you have to be universal at this stage.
Swole is talking about how generous Kevin and Queen are, but he has that little gift icon himself because he has donated some subs. Oh, that is a very clever mate there. I think this mates. What about knight at e2? Yeah, this leads to mate. Now it's either knight d2 or queen at d2. Knight d2. That is why Helm's Knight is rated what she is. Go Diddle, I sleep. Usually I'm asleep by this point. I'll go to sleep at like 5 a.m. and now it's 6:30 a.m. But this was just a very interesting match that I decided to watch and commentate. So Helm's Knight is a streamer. Usually she would be streaming herself, but since she's not streaming, I figured that I would stream it.
What's Hisoka doing? E5, C5.
My answer would be losing. Hisoka is losing. Knight mates Hisoka. Knight at c7. And they have resigned. So Helm's Knight is giving up the bishop on b4 just to be safe in case Hisoka sacks back. Very aggressive line. So Helm's Knight would like a queen trade. Well, before she would, maybe not so much anymore. Still attacking now. I guess she would like pawn at d4 or something like that. I remember back on Fix, Indian Reaper was well known for this. He would partner Indian Reaper, and on move 1 he would say, "Trade's good, trade's good, trade's good," and he just would not stop saying that all game long. And Helm's Knight is not quite that aggressive, but these last few games it sort of seemed like it. I can see she's not spamming trade's good, but she's probably thinking it. Yeah, trade is good. Oh, looks like a knight is gonna be good. A knight's even better. The knight mate here? I guess a knight plus a rook would mate. An interesting move. It's gonna take b2. I think Helm's Knight is safe here.
Yes, because Hisoka has to move his rook.
Except
A
the
knight.
bishop.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's how aggressive she is.
She doesn't stop. Like, I would have instinctively just taken the bishop, but
no, not Helm's Knight. He always wants it with initiative. Ahsoka's being aggressive. Yeah, and the queen is the defender now. Queen can take b7.
what about? Did Helms have to sack a queen? Or was it just a judgment call?
Didn't have to, but I think Helm's Knight is being an initiative hog here. He's looking for any way to get initiative. He's trying to attack every move. Unless you can promote that pawn. Yeah, and they're just resigning. Thanks, Go Diddle. Go Diddle. I'll raid myself maybe. I got a few raids tonight. I really appreciate that. I get raided by Joe Bruin, and I get raided by Bertrout. What's this being defensive here? That's white. That's interesting.
Well, she has to be. Hisoka has more pieces on board.
So I have to figure out for Wednesday's normal stream whether I want to stream or I could go play some over the board bughouse. There's because Zap Bughouse Coach is coming in town. with his 2 bughouse playing daughters. I haven't played with him in a while. Very aggressive move. Maybe knight at f3. Is that the plan? Oh, thanks for the host, Go Deno. I appreciate it. So they're down 6 seconds. Quite a lot for this. So that's why he hasn't played the knight check already. That the knight would win a queen for chicken. Maybe he might just never get to play, because pawn at d7 is pretty devastating for 12-teen if chicken doesn't defend it. With the threat later of knight at d5 supported by the other knight. I think chicken basically has to trade queens, right? Chicken doesn't trade queens, then there's the threat of... This looks really bad. Wow. What is Helms waiting for?
Yes, instinct would grab the pawn.
Yeah, is it... I guess she's worried about pawn at e4 on the other board, and her partner... But that's odd, because he didn't say anything. At least that we can see. Unless they jumped on a Skype call again. So, I mean, the reason to sit, if Helms were... Like, if I were in Helms' position and I were up a lot of time, I would certainly sit here. But this close, I'm not sure I would. Because if she takes the free pawn on d4, then Hisoka would sack on f7, and it would be a free sack. Because pawn at e4 would win the piece that he sacked back. Twelfteen says, I'll take d4 and get you queen. And you sack and mate. Cake. Hisoka says, she's probably going to give bishop c5 free bishop. 12 says, true. Cake.
So what are the queen h4 ideas?
The queen h4 ideas. What do you mean by that?
When 12-teen says he takes d4.
He said knight takes d4 because he was trying to get the queen.
Oh.
Trying to trade the queen. But it did not work.
What?
And yeah, that's just an odd plan. That didn't work at all. Now they're in a world of hurt. Nope. And never mind. He has the sack. Oh, Hisoka needs like a few bishops.
What? No, Hisoka needs a knight.
Yeah, a knight would be even better. That's true. Oh, that was a mistake, but they won by timeout.
Oh, wow.
Helms' knight was flagged when she had made him one. That's a flagging technique that you can use. If suddenly you leave mate in one on the board, then your opponent will stop going for time and try to play the mate and then get flagged.
It's a very psychological game.
For sure. Yeah, Swole, that's what a lot of these people have reached that conclusion. Chicken keeps saying that he's retired from chess and will only play bughouse, but then I catch him playing chess again. And 12-teen, he retires from all sorts of things. He's retired from Crazy House like 5 different times. Retired from bughouse a few times, but he always comes back. Helms Knight, unfortunately, has been cheating on bughouse by playing some chess a lot recently. And Hisoka goes back and forth.
But I think it's a chess knowledge is good in bughouse.
Yeah, definitely helps. Okay, so a pawn mates for 12-teen. Helm's Knight is up time, so she's going to sit and not give the pawn. But if they sit to the end, 12-teen and Hisoka will have a bit of an advantage because their kings are safe and
Yes.
they can just make random check-in moves.
Or non-checking moves. Like you can make a move which isn't checking, but you're expecting a check.
Right. So like for here, an option, for example, like bishop takes rook, and then if 12-teen does something random, like pawn at g7, then knight takes f. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Nice mate. That was a pre-move mate. Uh, 12-teen's new Lichess account name. Yeah, I think that was shared. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Is it like Jasugi or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. You can notice him because he's fairly high rated in Crazy House. And he played in like one of the recent title tournaments. Oh, 12-teen has asked for a rook, which is interesting because he hasn't asked for very much. No, the rook mates for chicken. Oh, queen definitely mates, a rook probably mates. So
So
12-teen says no queen.
yeah, 12-teen is up quite a bit of time, so
And Hisoka has a lot of material to play with. Yeah, that should be game over.
so
As soon as Hisoka can give the queen, then it's just game over. Oh, that
so
rook was very dangerous. Surprised they did that.
in this entire series, the ratings haven't changed much.
The ratings haven't changed much, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, it's all very close to the true ratings, so it worked out. Oh, Jasugi 99. Okay.
Honestly, if I played for a few hours, I would have wanted a few rating points.
They just want fun games. I mean, they care about the ratings like a little bit, but not that much. It comes and goes. I think all of them would like to hit like 3,000 at some point, but it's hard for all of them to hit it at the same time.
Especially if they play against each other.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the quality of the games is still very high.
Yeah. Looks like 12-teen will mate with a few pawns there. He needs a bishop to put, there it is. Yeah, he has mate now. D7. So can Helms mate? Everybody says no. So in this game, Ahsoka has been winning a bit of material because Helm's Knight didn't take the sack. That's going to
Yeah,
come back to bite them.
Yeah, Helms is too exposed.
Yeah, that should be game over here. Oh, maybe not.
Knight at f7.
Going for a walk.
Hisoka had like 2 mates.
Yeah, for sure. He had better mates. But I don't think 12 is going to get mated anyway. They can put in a valiant effort there. With a few more seconds, he would have won. Hey, whole crew. Thanks for watching. I mean, at least Helms and Ahsoka are very in their openings. It's not the same thing every time. That makes it a little more interesting. I think
Yes, usually.
a lot of the times I will play a series. We'll get
Yes.
into a rhythm where we'll play like the same opening over and over again. As
Yes.
we both think that it is winning.
Or just you just naturally slide into the move.
Yeah. Interesting. Helms is still able to be aggressive while defending G7. Solid. So for those of you who are Helms Knight subscribers, if you want to do Bravo, you can use the Helms Knight clap emote. So in situations like this, I would have even considered queen takes rook followed by pawn at g2, because it for sure
Yes.
wins 2 pieces as long as your partner is safe. Or you could even play pawn at e2 is interesting too. I should say she could play pawn at e2. So Helms Knight has been able to chase that bishop around and gain some initiative.
A very solid center.
Yeah, but now she needs a knight to defend c2. Otherwise, she's gonna lose a piece at least, and maybe a queen to pawn at c2 or knight at c2. This is the problem with making the hole on c2, which up until now Ahsoka hasn't really exploited. But this is a good exploited move. So if Helms is able to get a knight for e2, then that defends at the same time as blocking the check.
Bishop takes pawn.
Helms Knight is going all out, but they are down too much time, I think, for this to be effective.
Well, it might succeed.
It might succeed. I think she needs a little bit more. Another rook would mate for her. Oh wow, that's a nice find. She could bring the other knight in even.
Okay, the third knight is too much.
Yeah, sure. That was a very nice mate, and it was a good feed by her partner. So that was one of those instances there where you have a sack and then you immediately get the piece back with pawn n. So if you can sack and win it back, it's not even a sack. So here this knight is very good. It's both attacking the queen and defending g7. So Helm's Knight is playing this to check and to defend f6. Because Hisoka's strategy was to sack the queen, knight takes queen, and then knight at check, and then win the queen back.
But maybe...
But Helm's Knight preferred initiative to even defending that queen. Maybe like a new knight in here. New knight check. Just keep the attack. He's such a relentless attacker. Okay, so now here...
pawn at c4?
Yeah, and then a bishop would mate. New bishop at c5 would mate after this. Yeah, now a bishop or a knight mates. Either bishop at e3 or knight at e5.
Down a few seconds.
Okay, so...
Of course, it's very hard for Hisoka to clean things up.
Yeah, maybe even pawn at d6 is a possible threat. That king's going nowhere. I like d6 a little better than b6, but... So now Hisoka has to either attack or die. Because that king, there's no way that king is getting out of this.
Yes. Like, being uptime is only good when you can retreat. But he seems to be attacking.
He is. I don't think he has enough.
But rook takes c7.
Oh, I would have interposed a pawn there. Because the threat is like a new knight in there.
No, but rook takes c7. Also would have made it, no?
Oh, you're probably right. Yeah, this is a mate. On pawn mates. Why isn't he mated?
What happened?
What? Ahsoka must be getting tired. Because he has missed a few mates. The problem is chicken is mated anyway. So it doesn't... Oh, wait. Maybe
But chicken
he
is... With chicken... I thought he saw...
Wow, that's...
would win in
Helms
time.
almost got out of that, which is really sad.
I
Hisoka
would've-
missed a lot of checkmates there.
Yes. But you have to be precise.
Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to be precise when you're under time pressure. I don't think Hisoka was really under that much time pressure though, because his partner was winning too. So he really should have thought more about those moves.
Yeah, sometimes if you're up time, you just have to think for a few seconds. And not spoil a good position.
Yeah. Helms wins the queen. That's
And
game over. Now Helms wants even a pawn for e5 is pretty crushing. Oh, we have bishop, then bishop takes rook, queen takes pawn. Okay, a pawn for b7 would be very good. Oh, Helms is just gonna go for the mate on e7. That's a clever move.
but rook... Oh.
Very nice. Takes that, then knight check. Yeah, no.
What about king g8?
Like, yeah, I guess stacking the queen because it doesn't matter. But
So how?
the problem is still needs.
So
Does he still need
what's
a pawn?
so why can't black take the queen?
He can take the queen. Well, the question is, does it mate? I think he's going for the. She is going for the knight because chicken wants a knight. Chicken wants a knight for c4. This chicken mates with that knight.
I see.
See, they see
But
these things instantly, and then it takes us like 10 seconds to say what is going on.
but
But
chicken's also not up.
Hisoka knew to stop and not take that, which is
But chicken also knows. But chicken's also not really uptime.
all right. No, he's downtime, but it it can be hard to see when it's so close whether you're up or down.
Yeah, usually I don't see it for pieces when it's 2 seconds or less than 2 seconds.
Yeah. But they are the faster team, so they won anyway. This is another different opening than we've been seeing. Eskin seems to be talking in the chat, and I don't know who he's talking to. Maybe he's talking to someone I've blocked, or blocked me. I don't know.
There was a guy called Mystery Shuttler.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there must be someone I've blocked.
But it was from a few games ago. So Mystery Shuttler says nice.
So I would think queen takes f7 would be the move here.
But queen.
Oh, that's a very
E7.
clever move. Very
Yeah.
clever. This is why Helm's Knight is better than me at Bughouse.
Well, I thought it was because you don't use pre-move.
No, there's that too. There's more than one reason.
It's self-inflicted pain. But it forces you to play very solid.
Yeah. So
the self-inflicted.
If I were Helm's Knight, I would want to play knight at f4 followed by pawn at h3.
But she's not gonna get a knight.
That's true. No. The bigger question is, does 12-teen want a particular piece, or is he just sit in for his partner? I think he's just sitting for his partner. 12-teen always has. I think 12-teen would like to take that knight, but then there's queen e1, possibly forcing a queen or knight or something like that.
Well, this set of games is lasting forever, so I want to call it a night.
Oh, there's 12-teen. He also might be sitting for pawn at h3, which could be a strong attack. Oh, Helm's Knight is saying knight, 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 knight. So Helm's Knight does have the same idea as me.
Well, good night.
Oh, you have to take off? What? Okay. I guess Smash Time is left. Good night, Smash Time. Thanks for commentating with me. I will stay in here in case someone else jumps in. Probably not. I should sleep at some point too, but I would hate to stop before the action ends. Mate. Well, nice timeout, I should say. I think some of them are definitely getting tired. Wasn't that a free... Oh, I guess that wasn't a free bishop because then the knight would hang. What is chicken waiting for? So chicken's king is somewhat vulnerable if there were some diagonals. So bishop at h6 would be a strong move covered by the queen. Whoa. Oh, wow, nice. Sack the queen to get the king more exposed. This is probably going to be enough to checkmate. Just knight at h4 and then a bishop would mate, bishop at h6. Okay. So 12 is now up by 3 seconds. And he's waiting for bishop. Bishop at h6 followed by... Oh, he can use the knight. No, maybe he can't use the knight because then his knight takes knight. But at least that gains some time while he waits for the bishop. Oh, is he going for... Is he going for the draw? Be odd. I guess Helm's Knight is in some trouble here now. Unless she tries to hold the stuff. Helm's Knight has been trying to keep her partner alive, but in the process she has got in her own troubles. So now knight plus pawn is good for 12. Chicken has covered it. 12 is continuing to be aggressive. 12 would still like a knight, but now Helm's Knight has an attack. 12 is up about 3 seconds. I think Helm's Knight will sack her queen. Yeah, for sure. She's going for mate, and she probably has it. This king can't get over here, so yeah. Rook at... Oh yeah, that'll work too. Then knight check. Mate. Chicken has to live for 1 second. Done. So Helms has stayed very safe here. Forms sort of a blockade. Isn't really attacking, though she could potentially sack her knight and hope for another knight. And she's hoping for the other board to have the action. So she could play maybe pawn at e5, try to displace that knight and hope for a queen. But she's keeping her king safe. Okay, now a queen mates. That's game over. That was poor communication there between Hisoka and 12. So a lot of games, Helm's Knight has already had a pawn on d4 to push that bishop away. A pawn to drop, but didn't have a pawn to drop there, so made some chess moves. So we see how bughouse openings are very hard to plan very far ahead. You never know what sort of pieces will come. Sometimes a pawn comes, sometimes it doesn't. That changes your opening repertoire. Chicken has quite a good attack. So now a rook or a knight mates for, and we see the fork. Oh, she was going to take the knight, so they resign. Attacking relentlessly here. Looks like it's trying to get some initiative. We'll probably stack there and just get in on those dark squares. That does involve losing a little bit and hurt her partner. Oh. Whoa, that's checkmate? Oh my god. Nice. That was great board vision there. Did not expect that to be checkmate. So unfortunately Helm's Knight is down some time. So she would like to have a queen here, or 2 rooks would mate. But she doesn't want to lose this bishop for nothing. The bishop also covers e6 because she's worried about new knight there, where she'd have to sack her queen. So she can't necessarily just play bishop takes rook. So now pawn there, get in on the dark squares. But they are down an eternity. They're down 20 seconds. Helm's Knight is not going to get the pieces she needs. And Hisoka might even wait and just let 12-teen crush at chess. I'm going to try to give him a few extra pieces first. So I don't think Hisoka should wait here. Now might be a good time to wait because he has the option. He has options at this point. He could take a knight if it's really good for his partner. He could take a pawn. Sorry, a pawn if he wanted to get safer. But he's probably going to let his partner chess a little bit. Then if a knight's really good, he'll just get it for him. Pawn's really good, he'll just get it for him. And not only that, but these mates are covered. He's doing this because he can do it with some initiative. Okay, so now Hisoka would like a knight. Knight for g5 is good, or a rook for f8 would keep initiative. He could potentially even play bishop takes pawn. If he takes with queen, then he has the knight check. Oh, but he has the knight anyway, so. Chicken is down so much time. It's unlike, oh, yeah, and he's forcing a queen. They didn't coordinate that well. Alright, but he's flagged. If they could coordinate that better, he could have given 12-teen the queen when it led to mate instead of when it just traded stuff out for time. The bishop here is good because it attacks and defends at the same time. Eventually she might put a pawn on d3 or play rook to c1. Going after chicken's queen. Now chicken has to put some things in the way to block this queen. Queen does defend for now. This blocks off the queen defense. So 12-teen is asking for a knight. He wants knight h6, potentially followed by knight takes, or he could wait for a rook, where knight here, rook here, then knight here would be mate. Or 2 knights would be mate. There's one knight. I think he wants another knight or maybe rook here. Yeah, 12-team's asking for another knight. Oh, and there's the fork. What am I talking about? Okay, so the second knight is going to be really good. So at worst, 12-team has a draw, but he can probably find a mate here. You can always take this bishop, or you could play bishop at f8. Bishop at f8 looks interesting. You might cycle the knight back a few times and play bishop at f8. Unfortunately, Hisoka is getting annihilated over here. Actually, a bishop would mate Hisoka. But 12-team got the mate. So this bishop move was interesting because it would fork a king attack in a piece, so he retreated it. Hisoka's trying to get in over here. A rook, well, no longer. 12-team is just trying to stick some diagonals in there. So a rook mates for chicken, and they're up 5 seconds, so they will go for it. If he takes here, then pawnette would win the rook. He's threatening pawn at d7. Knight takes, pawn takes, winning the queen. How many games? They played a lot of games. Hey, Mialti-san. Mialti-san, are you saying you're Johnny MC from Fix? They've played a lot of games. I actually have set my interface so I can't see the score. But if you go on chess.com and you look at Helm's Knight, it will say the wins and losses there. I just found it distracting from my layout. Oh wow, you're Johnny MC from Fix. That's awesome. Yeah, I definitely remember you. Okay, I'll have to follow you. Yeah, Bug is going strong. I stream Bughouse. There's a few other Bughouse streamers, including Helm's Knight, who is one of the people we're watching here. She's not streaming right now, but she often streams. So I'd recommend you follow me and you follow Helm's Knight if you want to see more Bughouse in the future. So chicken is down about 5 seconds, maybe 6 seconds. Oh, maybe it's more, maybe it's 7 seconds actually. And Ahsoka has Helm's Knight's king pretty well exposed. So let's see what mates. Knight would be very good. I guess knight plus bishop would mate. Knight at b5, followed by bishop at c2. Rook at c2 would be rather good. Let's see. So it looks like a rook is coming to this pin. So we'll probably see rook at c2. Yeah, this is mate. He could have just taken the bishop before, but he chose to use another bishop to be a little faster. We see Helm's Knight continuing to change up her openings. Makes it more interesting. Free knight. Oh, free bishop. Taking the bishop is better. She would hope for a new bishop here, or even a few pawn drops. So, probably guard this. Maybe it's not even necessary. I guess bishop there is fine. The knight covers d1. I think Ahsoka is getting tired. Oh, Helm's Knight is sacking. Again, so she's very into open ends. So when Ahsoka sacks, Helm's Knight doesn't seem to take the sack. If I were Ahsoka, I would be sacking every game. If they don't take the sack, then it's just free pieces. You're exposing the king, and you're not even paying any price for it. So if she had a bishop at h5 might be good. Absence of that, maybe even knight takes knight. I think chicken is relatively safe. So chicken is forcing a queen. I guess Helms wants the queen and is up time. So Helms wanted to play queen at f2. Rather good. Ideally, she'd like a bishop first. First bishop at c3, and then queen at f2. Queen at c4. Sorry, bishop at c4, and then queen at 2. Very strong. So chicken, being the helpful partner, has pinned this bishop, but the time is fairly even. So at this point, Helm's Knight is calculating, how do I win if I don't block this escape square? She's calculating out queen here, and if he goes up here, how does he drop pawns and win? He wants to be able to pre-move as much of it as possible. Another possibility would be to gain some time with knight here, but I think, yeah, she just calculated out all of this pawn stuff. Yeah, now knight wins for her. Is she getting a knight? There it is. So the key insight there is, if you're playing bughouse and you're sitting for a piece that mates, while you're sitting, you can be calculating out a different mate. It's free time to think and figure everything out. Oh, forcing a queen trade. Queen trade really that good for chicken? Don't see how it is, but I'm gonna trade it back. Okay, knight at e3 is definitely gonna be played. Guards this and this. Huh. So guarding this again, threatening the queen trade. Chicken is being attacked more than healthiness though. Oh wow, and chicken is down 15 seconds. I think this for sure is going to be a 12-team win. Basically, 12-team gets to play chess against chicken, and they trade the queen as soon as it is good for 12-team, which is right now. Knight is very good for 12-teen. Blocking off knight check. No, shouldn't have given that knight. Yeah, that was a mistake. So 12-teen is going all out with attacking these squares here. 12-teen would like more knights. Oh, now he would like a queen or some rooks. First a diagonal check in here. Gonna just march his h-pawn all the way to victory. And look how exposed Chicken's king is. I think Chicken is won a piece or two in the process here, but is it worth it for a king that exposed? He's trying to feed Helm's Knight a rook or a queen. There it is, but Helm's Knight be able to use it in time. You can knight check, potentially win this queen. Helm's Knight was hoping for a tricky mate instead. This. Helm's Knight giving her queen. The threat over here is knight at g7. Would mate Chicken. And sees that. He sees that he has to check every move. Bishop check here, I assume. They're only down 1 second, and a rook would mate for Chicken, but I don't think he'll get it in time. So the Helm's Knight's king is relatively safe and has some attack on Soka. Oh wow, Chicken has found very good attack there. Yeah, he has mate. Well, unless 12-teen gets a rook to block. I think I'm gonna have to call this. We'll call it at 7:30, so maybe another 7 minutes here. Then I will have to retire myself here. I guess Chicken would like a knight. I'll probably just capture this knight with his bishop. What's going on here? Ahsoka is up 10 seconds. So is there a particular thing good for Ahsoka? You could potentially attack these diagonals. Maybe pawn at d3. Then if pawn takes, pawn check. Nah, I don't think there's enough there. I think they just want to starve Chicken. 12-teen get these pieces a little more developed so he's safer. He wants to get his rooks guard in the back rank. That's an odd move. I think that was good for Helm's Knight. I think he can check here, then threaten pawn here. Oh, or he's just gonna get safe. Makes sense. I think 12-team can pretty easily flag chicken. They're definitely going for flag at this point. Now we can take this twice. Pretty good attack. He's trying to threaten move knight here, mate. He needs to move faster. Come on, Ahsoka. What is going on? Oh, wow, that's mate. I understand. Didn't even see that this bishop. Wow. Helm's Knight again is not taking this bishop. Means the sack works out a lot better for Hisoka. Hisoka's threatening new knight at g6 would be mate. Helm's Knight gets some initiative. So a queen would be very good for Helm's Knight. Or what else can he do? Sorry, queen would be very good for Hisoka. Hisoka's down about 7 seconds though. Chicken is a lot of trouble. Interesting. Oh, I probably would have played queen here. I assume just get safe, or maybe he's waiting for the queen threat. Still has this. There it is. So chicken seems like he's relatively safe, but so does 12-team. Oh, that's a fairly strong move. Oh, so is this. Wow. Okay. Now knights would be very good. If Ahsoka doesn't have enough attack, then this promotion is a big threat. Yeah, I think Ahsoka's gonna run out of juice. I think Ahsoka's gonna play queen takes queen, then pawn at s7 to try to get the queen off of this file. Then and maybe retreat the bishop. I don't know. It looks pretty bad for Ahsoka. He's not gonna get bailed out with any more pieces. Oh, my phone's ran out of juice. Well, maybe that's a good time to stop then. Alright, I'll watch one more game and then I'm gonna call it a night. A game with no sound, probably. Well, none of this sound of the mic sound. Okay, so chicken's down 10 seconds. I think Helm's Knight has a big spatial advantage, but this knight is kind of annoying. Probably sack the knight on f2. And so cool to get in there. Maybe he's waiting for knight at g3. Yeah, Hisoka's up enough time. Maybe he can wait for knight plus queen. Yeah, knight at g3 predicted. But that lets helps knight get a little safer, covering this key square. Also threaten check. So chicken, pretty good threat, and you can interpose a new pawn there. Or here, this works too. Nice, Helm's knight able to get this knight out of the way. Oh, the time is fairly even now. Oh, and Helm's knight has an attack. Knight wins for her. She's not going to wait for it. She's using this knight now not to. Oh well, actually, it's probably does mate. Oh, queen here, rook there. It's very good. Question is, can chicken survive? This pawn can always promote. There it is. Helm's knight is just trying to flag. Pretty close to mating. Oh, and she's mated because she let this square go. Alright. So I'm going to call it a night at this point. Let's go ahead and find someone to raid. Let's go see who's playing some of the chess. Thanks a lot for watching. Where you see. Maybe we'll raid Pepperloo. Or Pepperloo. I really appreciate everyone who watched. If you haven't followed me so far, appreciate a follow so be notified of future streams. And hope everyone has a great night. So you check out Pepperloo. He's streaming tactics right now, but he also streams a lot of Crazy House. He's a very solid Crazy House player. So hope everyone has a great night. Bye.